Tell me when you're ready and we'll start recording. Good. Can we start? All right, good morning, everybody. This is the selection committee for RFQ 2025001 starting at 8 a.m. Real quick, I'd like to do introductions as we did the first time around, just who you are, where you're from. So I am Michelle Heiser. I'm the town manager. We'll start with Manny.
Oh. Manny Placis, I'm the zoning and code enforcement officer for the town.
Keith Weber, Assistant Director Utilities for City of Boynton Beach.
Bill Armstrong, Public Works, Town Ocean Ridge.
I'm the Ocean Ridge Town Clerk. I'm Kelly Avery.
So this group is a group that works almost daily with any of the engineer firms. So that's and our subject matter expert as the engineer to my right, and our city attorney, and then our clerk here as well. So we welcome you, and if you'd like to get started, you can. So you represent the architecture category, CPZ Architects.
That is correct. Good morning.
Good morning.
I saw the presentation up there at some point.
You're our first one, so we're going to get all the kinks out on with you, apparently. Thank you. Good morning.
Oh, don't tell me that. So the way I anticipate this will be the first, few minutes is really for the setup. So we're still good with that. And then I anticipate having a question and answers at the end from the committee. Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Can I use the 5-minute setup?
Sure, go right ahead. Would you like to start?
Right. Good morning. My name is Heidi Rodriguez. I am co-owner and principal of CPC Architects. And we're going to run down this presentation to cover some of the items that you've asked us to expand on as part of your evaluation criteria package, starting with our firm's qualifications. This is who we are. This is CPC Architects. We are a 20-person firm, and we're headquartered in Plantation, Florida, with offices in West Palm Beach, Vero Beach, Jensen Beach, and Maitland. We've got 6 licensed architects that also serve as senior project managers, 2 project managers, 1 construction administrator that is currently stationed in one of our largest projects to date. This is a $260 million project in Doral, Florida. We also have 5 associate architects, 1 licensed general contractor that also serves as a quality control manager for our projects, and 2 support staff. So there's a real depth and redundancy to our office. And this is how they fall within our organization. If you can see, Joe and I are up there, so everything flows through us. As I said, my name is Heidi Rodriguez. I'm a licensed architect. I have 14 years of experience, and I handle projects all the way from schematic design through completion and construction administration. I personally handle the $260 million project in Doral, as well as projects in Port St. Lucie and anything that comes our way from West Palm Beach or Palm Beach County. Here with me today, I have Joe Berry. Joe Berry is the other principal of CPC, also a licensed architect with over 30 years of experience, also handles the same things that I do. He's currently handling projects for Town of South Palm Beach, Lantana, Broward, and Martin County, and he's also an AIA award winner. We also have here with us today Gustavo Santos, another licensed architect, 10 years of experience for him. He handles office spaces, design criteria packages, police buildings, renovations, new construction, you name it. He's got the experience, fire station, parks, and he's also working with me on Port St. Lucie projects. He handles Town of Davie as well as North Lauderdale. You asked about our past performance and our past relationships. This is a list of some of our longest standing clients. Ever since we opened our doors 23 years ago, we've been doing work with a lot of these municipalities, particularly City of Coral Springs and Town of Davie. We've been doing work with them for over 18 years. They continue to renew our continuing services contract. Same thing with the Federal Reserve Bank that I manage personally. We've been working with them for 15 years. Broward County Sheriff's Office, as you see up there, 12 years. So we do have the experience working with municipalities. We've been on your side of the table. We understand government work, and we're here to build a long-standing relationship with Ocean Ridge. We're also leaders in sustainability, but not just LEED certification. We've also successfully completed projects that have taken the certification for Florida Green Building Coalition, Green Globes projects, Water Star, and in recent years also Surf Green certification. And one of the things that we're most proud of as a firm is in the 23 years that we have been open, CPC has never had any litigation from any municipal agency. So there's something to be said about that. You asked about our project management approach, and our philosophy is that project managers and support staff should be assigned not just to a project, but to a client from start to finish. And this allows us to create a relationship between your staff and ours. It allows continuity within that relationship. And this is what your Ocean Ridge team will look like. As I mentioned earlier, every project flows through the two principals, Joe and myself. And then there's, of course, a licensed architect that is leading the day-to-day and is managing the rest of the staff. In this case, what's up there, we just threw 3 boxes in there in the orange. That's our support staff that can grow or be decreased in accordance with the size of the project. There are projects that may need just 1 person. There are projects that may need 5. And we will determine that as the projects begin. Our selection of consultants, the consultant team is there on the right. For this particular contract, we did it based on location, proximity, ability to come and service you in case that they need to come on site, they're here. And so we have a wonderful experience with these companies. We have strong relationships with them. We have been working with them for a long time. And we also selected these consultants based on your RFQ requirements. There were some things thrown out there like traffic engineering and some other civil components, and that led us to the selection of this consultant team. Some of them are CBE as well as SBE certified. And here's the slide. CPC Architects in particular, we're a small business, West Palm Beach. And we have Via Planning, who's our traffic engineer. They're a small business, minority, women-owned in Palm Beach County. And then you have Gartec Engineering. They're MEP engineer, as well as fire protection. They're a small business, SBE in Palm Beach County. You asked about our project approach, and we like to start out with what we call the exploration phase. This is where we collect all the data that may be available to your project. Okay, so if there's existing building drawings, if there's images, if there's a site plan, if there's a survey that you might have done in the past, this is the phase where we collect that information. We begin to have walkthroughs with your staff or your project manager, whoever is your lead and your PM, if you will. And then we'll have to start having discussions with your staff regarding the expected outcome of a project. What are you looking for? Are there any budgetary concerns that we need to be aware of? Is there any grant funding that may be available to your project? And then we move on to the inspiration phase. Okay, this is our concepts, big ideas. This is the sketch on the right, or the sketches on the floor on the right. It's actually in my apartment. We're from a Tamarack building, and there were so many things to consider for this building, adjacencies and so much program. And we had a huge site, and there were so many different ways to orient this building to get the right lighting, to get the right entrance into that building. So that's where this happens. This is where we develop the sketches, and we refine our schematic design package. We'll begin to have discussions with the permitting agencies. You never want to go through a set of documents and find that by the time that you submit, there's a surprise. You say, holy moly, I didn't account for that. So we begin those discussions early on. We always do our own internal schedule so that we make sure that we're staying on track. And we'll have discussions with the public and stakeholders if that is what the town desires. And then finally, this is where we begin. This is what we call the implementation phase. This is where we really develop that set of construction documents. We understand design bid build. We understand the level of scrutiny and detail that needs to be a part of that construction document package. So we have discussions with permitting. Oftentimes you have the civil permits that need to go in ahead of the architectural ones. So we make sure to take that into account as well until we reach the final certificate of occupancy and closeout documents and warranties. And this is us out there. We took our floor plans, we took sketch paper. We met with the public, we met individually at times, and we took that feedback back to our office to incorporate that feedback into our design. If your project happens to have a programming phase, we start out with what we call the spatial interaction matrix, and we color code these spaces in accordance with your feedback, your desires, your wants, and then we start determining the adjacencies that you're looking for. And what that color coding does is it helps us translate what you gave us in that programming phase into a floor plan. And then we'll begin to develop that schematic design floor plan in the later phases. As I said, there's depth and redundancy in our office. We have 6 licensed architects, so we're very big on quality control. We use each other. We will complete a set of documents and send it out to somebody else and say, hey, you have fresh set of eyes. You're not involved in the day-to-day. I need you to take a look and see if anything was missed. We do detailed reviews of our consultant works. We do overlays. We use a software that you may be familiar with or have heard of before, Revit. This is a BIM, Building Information Modeling, that allows us to do 3D coordination with our consultants. And in recent years, we've started to also use Bluebeam Studio sessions. And what that allows us to do is we take a set of documents, we dump it into the studio session, send it out to the consultants. We'll do markups right on it. They can see those markups live. They can respond. And then we'll begin to do our clash detection like that. Then we'll open up a detailed checklist. And that checklist is basically just encompassing anything that needs to be addressed from one phase to another. We continue to build upon that checklist until the project has been completed. It's not letting me go. You want to hit next? Please. Okay, and here's an image of us in action when it comes to the Revit model. On the right, you get to see what that product looks like ahead of actually having the building constructed. So it allows us to integrate the systems. We have our MEPs built into that model. And what happens is the MEP engineer will produce their model and we'll just link it into ours and see if there's anything that can be caught ahead of time, any conflicts that can be corrected during that design phase. And like I said, clash detection. And I think the neat thing about using BIM is also it allows us a visual. So you get to see these images and we can always import those into a software that we use to allow us to do renderings and animations for you if that's the desire. That's a sample of the checklist that I mentioned earlier. We just basically document anything that hasn't been addressed or anything that needs the input of the client or the contractors and even our consultants, and then close out these items as we go. Construction administration is critical for us. To me, this is one of the most important phases of architecture. It's where the rubber meets the road. So we're going to be very big on monitoring construction and assisting in resolving any conflicts that may arise with the contractor. We will review every pay application on a monthly basis before it even goes to the town for approval. And this helps us minimize change orders and work with you and the contractor to make sure that the projects are coming in on time and on budget. Project schedule is critical. We can't leverage the contractor without having that schedule upfront. So we build it straight into our documents. In our general notes, we require the contractor to submit a schedule ahead of construction. And we ask them to send it to us in electronic and Microsoft project format and to include any duration that is longer than 5 days. So what does that mean? Shop drawing, your creation, shop drawing review, any long lead items needs to be included as part of that schedule, which we review as part of every pay app. Site meetings and minutes, we'll set the cadence up front in accordance with the size of the project. Sometimes we need to meet weekly. Sometimes once a month is good enough. So we'll determine that up front. But what always happens is we always follow up with detailed meeting minutes, and we're tracking those contract dates and amounts right on the meeting minutes. And if there is an action item, we highlight those in red and we make sure that everybody is clear on whose court the ball is in. Whenever we do site walkthroughs, we follow up with a construction report that goes to the contractor, and it also goes to the owner, and we document observations. As you can see from this image, sometimes we're marking things up straight on the photograph saying, hey, this curb was damaged. You need to make sure to correct it. We track critical path days and weather events. And if there's issues and deficiencies, we document those as well. But we don't just send that out. We make sure that we have a way of tracking that they're closed out. So we'll have our own internal checklist to say, hey, issue number 1, 2, 3, 47, until those items are fully closed out. So we're very big on that. Pay applications are critical. This is how we control the contractor. This is how we ensure that they're being fair and that you're paying the right amount of money. So we will review materials that are stored offsite, and we will request receipts and pictures, and we will do a site walkthrough, and we'll make sure that the percentages are consistent with the work that has actually taken place. And as you can see from here, in this particular scenario, there was a contractor that tried to slip one past us and charge 118% of the project, which is never allowed. You asked about past performance for similar projects. So because this is a continuing services contract, there's a variety of projects here that we have completed. In this case, we have West Regional Courthouse. We did a renovation to their clerk of courts, and that included a public entrance and security screening improvements. Also for them, as a separate project, they asked us to do a re-roofing. So there is no project that is too small. And as you can see here on the image on the right, this is straight from our construction documents, okay? Since the project just entailed the re-roofing, we wanted to make sure that there was clarity in our construction documents package, and what better than a picture, right? So we documented everything that needed either a modification or improvement, and we put our notes right on these pictures. We understand design bid build, so it's critical that that clarity is in our contract documents. In Martin County, we did a City Hall Commission meeting room, and this included an addition as well as a new audio visual room and security improvements. This is a neat one that Joe spearheaded, and I want to talk a little bit about this one. This one is a new town hall for the town of South Palm Beach. As part of the RFQ response, I believe they asked for something to just be thrown out there in terms of a concept of design, and we just bust out with this. And so, well, let's see how this goes. They're right by the water. They have lively colors in their surroundings. So let's just see how this goes. And then we were retained, and we gave them a completely different option. A lot more conservative, elegant, but completely different to what we had previously. But then we actually allowed one of our staff members, she's really good with design, very creative, and she came up with this. And what do you know? This is the option that got selected. Yeah. And all this to say that we're not married to a design standard. We will work with you to make sure that you're truly getting what you want. Here's another fun one. Joe always gets the fun projects. I get stuck with the high security projects. This was a conceptual design for Howard Park. And what was neat about this one is because of our use of Revit, we put this model right into our Lumion, and then we threw it into our virtual reality goggles. So we went and presented it to the public, and we had them put in the goggles and actually experience the space and feel all these different renderings as if the building was built. This one I spearheaded myself. It was a small renovation, but it did include all 3 floors of the Port St. Lucie Police Building. It included a ballistic rated level 3 door there and wall that you see on the right, as well as gutting out the gyms, locker rooms, and the break room. And then another fun one that also went to Joe, Delray Beach. They asked us to come up with a container park, and I'm sure you've seen people wanting to use shipping containers for all sorts of things. You see these beautiful creations and they make them into houses. In this case, they wanted it to be a park. So we oriented these shipping containers in various fun ways. And if you see the picture top right, we made it into kind of like a selfie spot. So we used one of the containers for branding. And then Wildflower in Boca, this one was recently completed. It included concession areas, open assembly areas, branding. And this site did include multiple buildings. So we worked with our civil engineer to make sure that we were grading the building properly to minimize the length of the ADA ramp, which is of course a requirement. And then we carried that contemporary design all throughout. Doral Glades Park, this one took an award from the AIA, and it is also water certified. It's one of my favorite projects. This one was all about the walkways, the pedestrian circulation, and we actually included art in public places by adding colored aggregate into those sidewalks. And you can see we added pavilions that can be rented and provides revenue for the city. Here's another image where we oriented the building to get this beautiful, large north-facing glass and added a small amphitheater in front of it. What they do is they bring kids out there and they teach them about the Everglades. And here's a couple more close-ups of this beautiful building. And what was really neat about this one was the community engagement. So we worked with Doral to bring a blacksmith to the site for 2 days. We really got our hands dirty. Okay. So the people came out there and they helped create these little leaves. And the leaves became part of a sculpture. Okay, and that sculpture was then placed in the center of the environmental center. Okay, so the community was really able to see their handiwork within that sculpture. So we're not afraid to get our hands dirty. Here is Martin County Fire Station 14. They actually retained us to do this fire station as a prototype. So we used the same floor plan with a slightly different design between fire stations 14 and 18. And what was really nice about this one is this on the left, it's the bids. The bids were very tight. The two lowest bidders came within 1% of each other, and across all 5 bids, we came within 6% spread. So that speaks about the quality and of our work product and how tight our construction documents are. And then in Town of Davie, Fire Station 86, this is actually the closest that we ever got between our cost estimate and the actual bid amount. We came within $639. And as I said, no project is too small. In this case, the Federal Reserve Bank said, hey, we're in Miami and there's this heat and we love our canines. So we want you to build us a little air conditioned house for them. And that's exactly what that is. You asked about our recent and current workload. Here's our current workload. Yeah, there's a couple more than this, but this is the majority of it, the bulk of it. And on the right, you have the projects that are coming down the pipeline. And as you can see, bright and bold, we are ready to take on your projects and to help you in whatever you need. And last, we have the location and convenience to town staff. As I said, we do have various offices. Our West Palm Beach offices is within 15 minutes of this town hall. And even our headquarters is just a 40-minute drive. So we're right around the corner and we're here to help you. Why CPZ? Well, we have built longstanding relationships. We receive recommendation letters all the time. Our references are always 5 stars, and we're very proud of that. Here's a couple of quotes. I have worked for the City of Coral Springs for 28 years, and I have to say that CPC is one of the best firms the city has ever hired. We would recommend CPC Architects for your project, and we would not hesitate to use CPC in the future. And these came from chiefs for the fire stations that we have built. We also have award-winning designs. We took Architecture Firm of the Year by the AIA in 2022. We've also taken government service awards. And in some instances, we're able to give back to the community. Okay, so in this picture, this is a police memorial that we give back to Coral Springs. This was pro bono work. They give us so much work, and we have such a great relationship. We've been working with them, like I said, for over 18 years. So we gave back by creating this memorial, and this one actually also took an award. So here's a couple more. And then also our staff takes award. We're big on mentorship and ensuring that our staff is growing with us. Tony on the right here, she's been with us a few years, and she actually just got promoted to project manager. So why our team?
30 seconds.
Strong experienced team. I'm right on time.
Yeah.
We have municipal experience in large and small projects. We've got experience with renovations as well as new construction. We come out with accurate cost estimates. We're on time and on budget, and we're here for you. We're within 15 minutes of Ocean Ridge. So with that, I thank you all, and I'm going to open it up to Q&A. Thank you.
Very good. Great presentation. Very timely.
Thank you.
Well done. Running out here first and bumping with us as we had some speed bumps. So thank you for that.
Good. Thank you.
I'll open it up for questions to the selection committee.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about your civil engineer regarding meetings that we would have with new construction applicants? The aspect of drainage and that sort of stuff for the new construction.
So,
Okay,
and
I'll
Manny,
listen.
this is strictly around architecture for the category, so. just
Oh,
remember
okay.
that if
Shouldn't
you're
be
asking
disregard,
questions.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. If you have an answer, we'll hear it.
I would just say that, as the architect, we would lead our consultant team, including the civil engineer. And in this case, we have Kimley Horn, who is, I'm sure you've heard of, if not used them before. And they would start out by understanding the project, outlining the project goals, the permit path that we would need to take. And that all happens up front when the project starts.
Thank you.
As part of the original solicitation, there was originally a landscape architecture category as well, which ended up being eliminated. With your submittal, it was unclear whether you were submitting for landscape architecture too. We just deleted that category. I assume that, and I think based on the presentation, Kimley Horn would be doing your landscape architecture. Correct. Yes. Okay, so you have the ability to do landscape architecture. Kimley Horn is both civil and landscape on our team. Okay. They will support both. Yeah.
But keep that.
Yeah. We eliminated the overall category of landscape architecture and just included it with the architecture. Right. Yeah. So again, yeah, Kimley Horn, we use them a lot on continuing services contracts because they do offer both disciplines in one firm. So they would be able to handle both civil and landscaping for your projects. Last question, workload, you showed the projects, but what is staff availability? How available is your staff? How is their workload? And do they have the availability to be, working on these projects? So I'll tell you a little bit about our process. We have 20 people currently in staff. We are looking to add to that. On every Friday, we get together with all the PMs and we outline a strategy for the coming week. We make changes to workflow. If a project takes priority over another, we make those adjustments. We do that week by week. And then on every Monday, we stand in front of the entire staff and we go through, okay, here are the goals for this week. So we have that flexibility of pushing projects, to the side so that others who are, take priority, take the forefront. So we do work very carefully and weekly on organizing our staff and the work product that gets out. So we have that flexibility. We can add people, staff to a project if the project dictates it because of schedule or complexity or whatever the case is. So we've been doing this kind of work for 20 years. We have a pretty good system and we can work well within the ebbs and flows of the workflow. Okay. One more question. You showed how accurate your estimates have been against construction bids. As a civil engineer, I hate architects. Thanks for being honest. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like architecture projects. Just for the record, I love civil engineers. How accurate have your proposals been versus what you build? These municipalities, have you needed a lot of amendments or do you stay true to what was originally proposed to these towns and counties and held to that original proposal that you've given them? Because with the architecture projects I've had to deal with, we've had a lot of, we didn't think about this before. I've had a lot of change orders and amendments, specifically with architecture firms.
Sign service.
Yes, design services, amendments to design services. And, I've had, issues with, oh, we thought they were only going to have 50 submittals and now they have 150 submittals because they're not packaging submittals. How a contractor decides to send submittals, I mean, if you design the project, however they send it, should be in your proposal to review those submittals. So just how accurate have your proposals been and how often have you had to do amendments for design services and construction services?
We will go back to the client as a last resort for additional fees. We really don't do that a lot. There are some circumstances, scope creep comes in and the project is different from where we started. Sometimes what we'll do, if the project isn't really defined, we'll suggest, hey, let us go through a conceptual programming phase first, identify the project so that we can go to our consultants and be more specific as to, hey, this is what we need from you, as opposed to doing something kind of loosey-goosey and then they're making assumptions or we're making assumptions on time and the level of detail, et cetera. So there are different ways that we can mitigate that exposure, but as a last resort, we rarely come back to you for additional fees. And we tend to be on the losing side a lot of times on the CA side, especially. But it just it's part of it's the cost of doing business, and it's the relationship that matters to us, right? So we don't like coming in and say, okay, we need another X amount of dollars to cover these extra submittals, because that doesn't do anything for our relationship, and we're looking long term.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, so first let me start with saying, I live about 3 miles away from the Martin County Station 14, so thank you, it's beautiful. The entire island loves it. So on the change order, actually to, I want to build on those 2 items. So if we could go to the slide that shows your current workload, if you don't mind going to that slide, if you have the ability to. Sure. And then just maybe, with a few minutes, just walk us through what you project on your projected workload to be one of your biggest projects.
On the projected workload, well,
Sorry, very big.
yeah, the fire station, it's a typical fire station in Lakeland. Miami Gardens is a park renovation, community center renovation. That's mostly site. Lauderdale Lakes Fire Station maybe is the biggest project on there. It's a 20,000 square foot, Gus, fire station. But that's preliminary. It's not been approved yet. We're going through conceptual design.
Okay, so you're in conceptual design now, and so you're expecting it, what, 18 months probably? to
Yeah,
keep you
probably.
busy?
That sounds about.
All right, so then looking at your current workload, what is your biggest and what's the, with the current workload, what do you anticipate keeping you busy for the next year or so?
Well, I'll just go through the list if you don't mind.
that'd be great.
The Federal Reserve Bank, that's a project that Heidi made reference to a few times during the presentation. That's ongoing. That's a big project. She's handling that with a few staff members. But again, there's flexibility in pulling them on and off as work dictates. NSU Bookstore is a small renovation to an interior space that'll go out to bid in the next month. Port Everglades we're finishing 90% construction documents on a 80,000 square foot facility down there. The project is going to go on hold because there's internal discussion on what's going to happen with that project. And the town of South Palm Beach project will go out to bid in March, right? Aquatic Center, that's in the middle of construction documents. Sandpiper is a ongoing project in Port St. Lucie that's we actually just completed a milestone, so that's going to slow down a bit. And Lighthouse Point Building Department is beginning construction. There are a lot of, or a few, smaller projects that we didn't list here that are ongoing or continuing or maybe not significant enough to put on here, but these are the more significant projects that we've identified.
Okay, so timeline, this is basically your normal workload that you are able to flex in and flex out. And so applying here at Ocean Ridge doesn't overburden you, it feels like. It
It
feels
does
like
not,
part of
no.
your typical rhythms.
And even just to chime in on number one here, the Federal Reserve Bank project, yes, it is a substantial $260 million project, but we did begin that project in 2019 and we are wrapping up construction. There's still about a year left, if I can be honest, a year, maybe a year, 3 months, but it is in the tail end of it.
Okay. Okay, good. On the change orders and amendments, and scope creep. So I think even looking at what you did with, Palm Beach, right? It was,
Town of
and
South
you
Palm
gave
Beach.
them an option and then that option changed and then it changed again.
Yeah.
Tell me about a time when communication, potentially broke down and how either you resolved it or it ended. If with any project, when scope creep, was part of that issue.
You mean a relationship that broke down between?
It could be a relationship or just the project itself with timelines.
Well,
Think
you know,
of Metals.
Meadows Park had scope creep.
It had scope creep, Southwest Ranches, Meadows Park, that's over on the right, next three. It's a little tiny thing, but the town was going through a transition in their staff. And so our recommendation was, hey, we've got something on paper already, we have a design. They were a younger staff and we said, let's present this to the town now during DDs, let's not wait until CDs. But because of the struggles of their transition, we ended up not presenting it until CD level. So at CDs, there was a little bit of backlash from one of the residents and said, well, I don't like it. I don't like the location. I don't love the way that this building looks. It doesn't feel rural enough to be located in town of Southwest Ranches. And we said, no problem. We're going to work to get it to your liking. And that was a very small, very, very small ad service. What we did is we kept the shell was already there in our construction documents. The building was already done, but we did add certain features to it to make it a little bit more rural. And I can't say that we had any issues with the relationship. Client was happy with the final outcome. I went back, I presented the project, and they loved what we did with it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Well, we are 3 minutes ahead of schedule then at 8:37 instead of wrapping it up by 8:40 based on our timeline. What questions do you have for us, if any?
No questions. As hopefully you can tell from the presentation, we do have a lot of experience in this type of situation, working with municipalities and a continuing services agreement going back 20 years. Again, the ebbs and flows of workflow we're accustomed to. Really looking forward to a new relationship. We just developed one with Lantana. We got a continuing services contract with them back in the spring, and we're doing several projects with them already. So it's exciting for us when we get a new client, new relationship, and really work with them to achieve their goals. So that's I just wanted to share that's something that we're really excited about.
That's great. Any?
Hey,
last
just as
minutes?
a fun fact.
Yeah.
The majority of my clients are civil engineers.
That was.
And they all hate you.
Great sense of humor. Thank you all. All right, we'll conclude this presentation then with CPC. Thank you so much for coming
Thank you,
today.
thank you.
Really appreciate it. We'll be doing our discussions on scoring tomorrow.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you. Meeting's still running. We're just holding until the next presentation. Thank you for. You don't have to stay the whole time. I appreciate the topic.
for the town of Ocean Ridge.
I'm Kelly Avery. I'm the town clerk for Town of Ocean Ridge.
Manny Palacios, zoning and code enforcement officer.
So this selection committee is a group of people that work hand in hand almost daily with each one of the categories that we're dealing with today with the RFQ. And so we are here for RFQ 2025-001. And at 8:45, we are welcoming West Architecture and Design. And so it looks like your setup is done already. If you want to start, up to you for using those 5 minutes towards your presentation.
If you just turn on the microphone there by clicking that button, it turns red. There you go.
Okay. All right, you can switch the slide.
Just let her know when you're ready
Yeah.
to go to the next one. Yeah.
Okay. Right. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for
Thank you for
allowing
being
us to
here.
present and
Thank
the
you for being here.
opportunity for this project. My name is Pete Gansey. Ooh, this thing's a little loud. I'm the co-founder and design principal for West Architecture Plus Design. I oversee all the projects and the lead designer in the company. With me today, I have Tom Rolando, Mary Cifuentes, Samuel Perez, and Gabrielle Bean. They're all part of our team. Unfortunately, Matthew West couldn't attend today. He had another obligation. Aurora Vega is our comptroller. She oversees all the budgets and invoices for our projects. And we also have Daryl Edwards. He's one of our newest members, project manager on small projects. He also helps us with all the graphics and 3D renderings. Talk a little bit about each one of us and our roles. Matthew, obviously, he's the principal in charge. He oversees our parent company, West Construction, our division, West Architecture, and we also have West Surveying Services. He also is an architect and a GC. He provides us with budgets, conceptual budgets, and constructability reviews on our projects. Tom Rolando, he's our quality control and technical manager. Tom reviews all the projects, all the sets. He does all the markups and the technical specifications and the detailing for the projects. Mary and Sam are both project managers for our firm. They oversee the projects, schedules, the construction documents. They track all the schedules and maintain the budgets as far as making sure that we're on schedule and budget for the projects. Um, you know, we also, as I mentioned, we have a surveying staff that does full boundary surveys, and they also do 3D scanning. So we utilize that technology, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later. When we're as-builting buildings, gives us a huge advantage of scanning the building in 3D, that if we have to come back and see anything, when you take pictures of a building or measurements, you always miss something and have to come back. This, we can see everything in 3D and also measure. So we found that that's a huge tool. Also being part of a construction company, we have access to our construction department. If we need anybody to review anything or get insights or have access to subcontractors for information, we have that readily available. And then, our estimating department that estimates tons of projects, municipal, both private, are literally down the hall from us. So we utilize them on all the projects as far as creating cost estimates for projects on a conceptual level and as we go through the project. And those are real numbers. They're not an architect saying, hey, this is what we think it's going to cost. They are using real-time data based on projects that they've estimated, and also having the ability to bring in subcontractors to help us with cost estimates. Next slide. Executing the work. We take on projects pretty much like other architecture firms. We'll do a pre-design project initiation. It goes through schematic design development. Then we get into the technical and functional coordination, making sure all aspects of the project are accounted for and coordinated, up to construction documents and permitting. We also will handle bidding and procurement up to what the client requires us to do. Sometimes it's very minimal, sometimes it's very involved. We will assist with providing the bid documents. And then construction administration, this is the same thing. We can do it on a very minimal scale, depending on some municipalities have a project manager that's very involved. Or if they need us to do weekly meetings and inspections, we can also take on that role too. Next slide. How individuals will maintain proactive strategic communication with the town staff and working groups. Like I said before, we will sit down with the client, have a meeting, go through the scope of work, make sure that we're meeting that scope of work. In our meetings, we prepare a meeting agenda and meeting minutes. We will track those items to make sure that either if it's something that we're responsible for or something the town is responsible for, or consultant, that they are on task and providing that within an amount of time. If it's not met, then we'll go through the issues and find out why isn't it met? What additional information do you need? But we utilize this on pretty much every project. And establishing milestone meetings, either by a schedule or as necessary, depending on the project and how complex they are. They could be weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. Next slide. Successful past performance on similar projects. We have continuing contracts. This is an abbreviated list of contracts that we have currently with Broward Sheriff's Office, City of Riviera Beach, City of Boynton Beach, and City of Palm Beach Gardens. As you see with these contract lengths, they've been multiple contracts over the years. With Broward Sheriff's Office, we've done the Real-Time Crime Center Phase 1. We just recently finished last year the Phase 2, the expansion of it, the forensic unit relocation, and the Technical Service Center. With the City of Riviera Beach, we've been working with them for many years. On the Riviera Beach Heights Community Center, that was a brand new ground up building. Lindsay Davis, this is an interesting project because our parent company, West Construction, built it around 2007, 2008. We were hired to do an addition to it and then a second floor build out. And we're currently repurposing the building for a senior center, doing a complete renovation of the interior, bringing up the bathrooms to ADA, increasing the space based on the needs for a multi-purpose room. And one of the things that they asked for was they had a warming kitchen and they wanted a full-blown kitchen for this facility. And we're providing that also. We've done a lot of small projects for them too, with ADA restroom upgrades for the city hall, police station, library, a fire station, and the city manager's office renovation. With the City of Boynton Beach, we have multiple projects that we've done ongoing and current, and projects that are still ongoing with the Boynton Beach Public Works Master Plan. We did that a few years ago. Pence Park, we've done in multiple phases, helping them establish a budget early on, and now we're taking it to the next phase, working through the design of that. Fire Station number 2, hardening. We worked with the city on helping them get a grant, establishing a budget for that. We finished the construction documents. We're waiting for that project to go into construction. Forest Park calming. We did some designs for the city on, how can we do some interesting traffic calming and not your typical speed bumps, with creating almost like art pieces, sculptures to slow the cars down. That was interesting. Boynton Beach Little League Park, that's an ongoing project we help with the master plan on that. Boynton Beach Administration Building, we finished up the construction documents. That's waiting to go into construction. Wastewater treatment plant, we're currently working on that. We're wrapping that up. That was a renovation of the labs within the wastewater treatment plant. Boynton Beach Maintenance Building North, that was a renovation of office, bathroom, and conference center in that. That's currently waiting to go into construction. Hester Park, we did a airnasium over top existing basketball courts. That project is also waiting to go into construction. Pence Park, I mentioned, and Oyer Park Fire Department Marine Response Unit, we're currently working on with that. City of Palm Beach Gardens, we worked with them for we're the design criteria architect for the tactical training facility, which we just saw that it's coming back out for an addition, an expansion. And Palm Beach Gardens Municipal Golf Course Clubhouse, we were the design criteria architects for that. Next slide. Go back one. I'd like to turn it over to Tom.
You want it on the red?
Oh, yeah, I'm the quality control manager. I happen to work in the Pompano Ocean Rescue Headquarters. This project is located right in Pompano Beach, right up the beach next to A18. The design and construction of this project were tailored to support the marine environment. The major challenges we encountered during our support of this project were during the initial planning were to maintain the building within the state of Florida coastal control limits and to select the required materials and finishing for the safety environment. Other items designed and implemented include the exterior amber lights, which a lot of jurisdictions require for the total control, as well as safety and the light intensity at different locations. And of course, the implementation of the complex program of requirements within the building footprint. This project was closely managed and coordinated by being proactive and keeping all the city managers informed of new actions, revision, changing the scope to ensure that the project is within budget. Of course, updating and revising the project schedule as required to assure that the project completed within the scheduled date. One of our value-added service to our initial review or our structural analysis conducted on the existing one-story building to ensure that there could be another floor added to the existing building, saving the city, thousands of dollars in excavation, new footings, and erecting a new structure. The decision made the project design, construction, and permitting and approval much easier to manage it. Regarding the time frame, the project was initially approved as a one-floor structure. Then the city later on changed the program of requirements by adding a large meeting room and conference facilities, which of course, it makes the building much larger. And then we proposed the second floor story of the building. This design, of course, include adding new stairs, new elevators, new restrooms, pantries, which include the extension of the schedule based on our initial schedule preparation. Okay. We estimate the building, and the estimate were, decided by the city, which took a few months. We changed exactly the schedule and made our project, larger than the anticipated. That's it. Thank you.
Next slide. This is on, right? Okay. We included in one of our projects, the Palm Beach Resort. It's not a municipal project, but we wanted to show an example of our experience working on a project that's on the ocean. This project is multiple projects within an existing hotel. The complexities of this was to design the spaces, and this was a design build project. Design the spaces, and how do you do these renovations while the hotel cannot shut down? And also thinking about noise, operation, how you would get materials in and out, how you would screen the construction from the guests that are there and not disturbing them. This project was started right when COVID started. And it was interesting. We were in a meeting and they said, wow, today was the busiest day in the hotel's history. We just lost $5 million in reservations. So we were all looking at each other like, wow, this is not good. So it was a $20 million project and the scope got reduced. They decided to continue with the design. To move forward with the designs of the projects because they know that they needed it to keep up with other five-star resorts. At the end, once they started it, construction, it ended up being a super fast track project because the owners said, if we can't get it done within a certain amount of time, we're just not going to do it. And that was accomplished. Um, you know, dealing with a coastal type project, the materials, the durability, all had to be considered to make sure that the project was a success and it would last for long terms. As with Pompano Ocean Rescue, we also had to deal with the turtle lighting, which was a huge deal for a resort that has events, on their pool deck that they need the lighting for that during certain seasons. So we went with LEDs that they can change the amber of the lights and the intensity of the lights, which was approved to do that. And I think that's really, what we're trying to explain on this one is our experience with coastal type projects and the complexity of having multiple projects within a building and keeping the operations of the building going. All right. Sam?
Hi, everyone. It's in red, right? Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about Oyer Park. This again is another coastal project. Oyer Park is an ongoing collaboration with the city of Boynton Beach that involves mayor site plan modification, including the demolition of existing marine facility and the design of new three-story fire station and marine response unit facility. One of the most significant challenges of this project was meeting the FEMA flood elevation requirements for a class 4 building in a coastal environment. For this, from the beginning, we worked closely with the municipality to make sure that we made these requirements, and while we also accommodated all the spaces that they wanted to be in the building and the desired architectural character of the building. For these, all occupiable spaces were elevated above the FEMA flood elevation, while the storage and the apparatus bay were maintained at the ground level to avoid operational limitations, particularly those related to the fire truck ramping. Also, this initially, there was only one entrance to the apparatus bay plan, and we ended up having a rear entrance as well, and we made it work with all the FEMA flood elevation. Despite these constraints, we were able to fully accommodate all the program that they wanted, and also managed to achieve the desired South Florida vernacular architectural style that they were very focusing on it. Besides this, in parallel, we take careful consideration with the selection of the materials to make sure that they will appropriate for the coastal environment, prioritizing durability, corrosion resistance, long-term performance. Also, we look at the tidal conditions. So it was not only about meeting the FEMA flood elevation requirement, but making sure that the ground floor of the building was above the king tide in that area. So this approach ensure the facility is resilient, is code compliant, and well suited for his waterfront settings. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. So this project, the original design criteria was for a 2-story, 7,400 square foot building. And then early on in the project, when we did our initial investigations with the city and the department, we found out that was not gonna work. Based on the design criteria, if we met the FEMA flood elevation for the building, the ramp would have been so steep that there's no way a truck would have been able to get into the into the apparatus bay. So we came up with multiple designs, reviewed them with the city on how we can accomplish this. You know, based on meetings with the building official and fire marshal, it was decided to allow the apparatus bay and the storage spaces on the lower level, and then creating the other spaces on the upper levels, which increased the size of the building and increased the budget. We have 5.7 million when we submitted this. I think the budget's up to 10 million right now. We're currently working with the city on that. So these are, you know, some of the things that with our construction department and, you know, with our input that we can work with the city, you know, to make this project a operational and feasible project, but also alerting to them to the cost now and not after the project goes out to bid and everybody gets that huge shock. All right, next.
Good morning. I'm gonna talk a little bit more about Lindsay Davis. This is in Riviera Beach. This project is the renovation of the one-story building. It's a community center. This involves the enclosure of the veranda that they had to make the multipurpose room bigger. And we also expanded the restrooms, and there's gonna be the roof replacement. This project is already done, the plans and all the construction documents is gonna be starting this month for the construction and the construction administration. What we added value to the building is that we were mindful of the existing surroundings of the community, and we took the existing layout of the building and we designed it to make better spaces and better function, efficient and accessible for everything. Like Pete said, we had we expanded the kitchen. They already had like a warming kitchen for tiny events, but now since the multipurpose room is bigger, we uh, we had a full-on kitchen now, so they can just have a big function there. And with the kitchen, of course, this involved the hoods and all the preparation for the kitchen. We helped develop the schedule. We helped since the beginning. We already we did the as-built. We helped them the schedule, the programming, and we started with the conceptual budgeting. We also helped a little bit managing the project manager of the town at the moment, and we were proactive about this project too. That's it. Thank you.
Next slide. Okay. Any benefits or value-added services provided to past municipal clients? You know, as I was saying before, we're not just an architecture company, we have construction and surveying. So I touched on a little bit earlier, but we utilize as much of our in-house staff as possible on these projects, including surveying, which is a huge advantage. If there's something that needs to be field verified, we can contact our surveyors and they can immediately go out there and clarify any issues that we have on site. That's for design and during construction. I mentioned our 3D scanning capabilities. We've done 1 million square foot building condos in down in Miami, and scanning the whole entire building, creating as-built for updating their fire alarm services. But we also use it on small projects. Our architectural staff, Sam, just went to a project we did in Panama City and scanned the whole building by himself. With that, it creates valuable data that we can always go back and scanning the inside and the outside and seeing You know, what was that piece of equipment? What was that? Was there a light there? Was there? So that adds a lot of value, we think, to the firm. And then our in-house estimating, having the ability to walk down the hall and sit down with our estimators and go through budgets. We think it's a huge advantage, and it helps our end clients during the conceptual design phase on establishing budgets and knowing the direction that we're going in. Construction insight, as I mentioned.
Just want to let you know, you got about a minute.
Okay, I'll go fast.
Timeline, okay.
Okay. Construction insight, as I mentioned earlier, we have access to our construction staff for constructability, and local. You know, we are right down the street, 15 minutes away. So we're easily accessible, but we also are accessible through Zoom, Microsoft Teams. You know, even our weekly meetings with our staff, we do it on Zoom, and we're all in the same space. We find that this is efficient. We can all go over the projects. Everybody's involved and understands about each project. So when we do have to help out and pull resources, it's not an unfamiliar project. We also learn from all the issues on different projects, and we're all sharing that knowledge so that if it comes up on other projects, we're well aware of that. Recent and current workload. You know, a lot of our projects are moving into the CA and permitting and budget. So we are available for new projects at this time. Approach to prioritization and scheduling. Like I mentioned before, we create a schedule at the beginning of the project. If it needs to be updated for any reason, we'll work with the city on doing that. You know, as long as the scope of the projects are understood up front, and like I mentioned with Oyer Park, sometimes that scope changes. We'll work with the city on making the adjustments as needed. And you know, we're local. Like I mentioned, we can be here at any time, and also be here remotely by phone, email, Zoom, Microsoft Teams. Did I make the 1 minute? Okay.
Very good, you did, thank you for your promptness. Okay, so we'll open this up if it's ready for the selection committee to question and answer now for the next 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Thank you, good presentation.
Thank you.
Who would like to go first?
I'll start. Where your original solicitation out for the RFQ, there was a category for landscape architecture as well. That category was removed. We wanted to see if you had availability to do landscape architecture in your designs as well.
We've done, if it's a small project, we've done it in-house. We also have a local landscape architect that we work on multiple projects with that is readily available for any type of project that we've done that we can do.
Okay. As far as for continuing services on the design and construction administration services, specifically with West Architecture, how have you dealt with change orders, scope creep, and amendments? Not talking about with the contractor, not change orders with them, and how accurate their bids have been against your cost estimates, but how accurate have your original proposals been with different municipalities and companies to see, you know, have you needed a lot of additional amendments, change orders?
Not typically, but on certain projects, I think on the wastewater treatment plant project for the city of Boynton, initially what our scope was limited, and that was requested up front. And then once it came under construction, we had a different project manager, and they asked us to increase the scope of services, which we provided a proposal for that. And we are tracking that on a monthly basis to make sure that we're within that budget. So it all depends. Same thing with Riviera Beach. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, limited, limited, limited. And then they go, hey, we really need your help. And, you know, they will ask for increased services. If it's weekly meetings, monthly meetings, biweekly, so many site visits, we can tailor that to exactly what the needs are.
How many licensed architects Northwest architecture have?
We have one licensed and 5 degreed architects.
And since you had to go quickly over staff availability,
Right.
what is current staff availability? What is, how many projects are you guys working on, and are you available for really to take on new projects?
Yes, we're definitely available. You know, Sam and Mary are our lead project managers. We also have Daryl, but we do share resources. We have a list of projects that we showed and also included on here.
Can I go to that slide, if you don't
Yeah.
mind, the current workload slide?
Right.
please?
So most of our projects are now going through construction administration, permitting and bidding. We only have about 3 projects in construction documents, and we have a couple projects in schematic design.
The wrong slide. Can we go to the slide with the current workload, please?
That's it. Yeah.
There we go.
Right. So we are ready and available for any new projects to take on right now.
Okay, that concludes my questions.
Any other questions from the committee? Are we done? Okay, I'll build on that. I'm glad that you brought that part up. And as far as the current workload and change orders, I see what appears to be scope creep on multiple projects. And so I wrote a little question to myself, and I wrote, did scope creep happens. It
Right.
just happens. And sometimes it's the municipality's fault because we start thinking about all the great things that could be, right, as we're having those conversations. So my 2 questions I wrote is, did the company really explore the needs right up front, before the, final bids went out? Or did they not explore it enough and then had to re-explore in the beginning with that client? So I want to know why there seems to be a pattern of scope creep.
It's not really a pattern. It's only been a couple projects. I can give an example of the Broward Sheriff's Real-Time Crime Center. That was an extremely fast project. We sat down with them within a week, developed a program, a contract. They signed us up for the job. We did the drawings within a couple months, and it was built within 6 months. And we were involved on a weekly basis. There was no scope creep, no budget overruns on that one. The projects that I mentioned were like Oyer Park. There was no way for us to know from the beginning, and the city didn't even know until we did some thorough investigations, and that was brought up at the first meeting. About adding the FEMA flood elevation, how to make that work. So, we were proactive in addressing that. As far as the wastewater treatment plant, like I said, our scope for construction administration was limited up front because that's what we were told. A new project manager came along. We need a little bit more involvement, and that's what we provided that.
That's great.
So
That's great. I asked that question, not as a gotcha, but really I enjoy working with an organization that helps flush out unanticipated outcomes,
Right.
or consequences of decisions that a municipality might think they want.
right.
In the beginning.
And Tom had mentioned Pompano Ocean Rescue. That came out as a design build, and it was a 1-story renovation. How do we make this existing building? Once we got the job and we started talking to them, the city manager came and said, hey, we really need a multi-purpose room and we'd like it on the ocean. Can we build a 2nd floor? And we said, that's a lot of changes. That's not a small change. You have to add stairs, elevators. Now you're dealing with the coastal construction line. You're dealing with the state. How do we make that work? We came up with a conceptual design, floor plans, rendering, site plan, 3D, established a budget, went back to the city. They went back, got approval to do it, and increased the budget for the job. That's why that project took so long to get that established. So, we are proactive. We do work with the city. We do have the resources to develop conceptual designs, rendering, so everybody understands it. We think it's a huge tool to get that design idea across so everybody can see it realistically what the end product's going to look like, and also be able to put a cost estimate to that.
Right, got it. And the same thing with the City of Boynton Fire Rescue Building. I know you said it started around almost 8,000 square feet. And it's
That's the-
basically doubled once.
Right,
you
that's the
did your
Oyer Park.
Calculations.
Right.
Once you did the calculations for FEMA. It's
Correct.
doubled.
And trying to come up with a solution and how, and that was a joint effort between the building department, the fire department, the city staff on how can we come up with a solution to get this project into reality.
Okay. That came before the town commission, actually. That will be a station that services this town. So we had a chance to see a preview of your drawings at a previous meeting here with the town. So it was,
Great.
it was well received,
Thank you.
just FYI. On this slide here where you have the recent and current workload, does this also show the projected workload by chance, or what the next year might look like? Here's my question. Which projects are ongoing that will impact the next year, say?
Well, the two bottom projects are projects that we're starting right now. These are projects that we have under contract. You know, we do have a lot of proposals out there. You never know when projects are going to hit. But from what we submitted in the original RFP to this slide, you'll notice that some projects have been completed, some projects transition to the next phase. So we don't anticipate being bogged down. And, you know, we have the resources to handle additional projects.
Okay. All right. So your phase codes basically, that's your descriptor of where they are at
Right.
on your Gantt chart,
Right.
Gantt chart. Yeah, got it. Okay. Any additional questions from the selection committee? All right, you're ahead of schedule. So do you have any questions for us?
No, just thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. We really appreciate you coming this morning, and we appreciate the presentation. It was very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. All right, the scoring will continue tomorrow, and so we'll have our outcome by tomorrow afternoon. All right, thank you very much. And so the meeting continues. We will take a break so the selection committee can get your coffee if you need to. It's midway through. And you guys can break down. Thanks so much again.
Manny Palacios, zoning and code enforcement officer for the town.
Okay,
Keith Weber, Assistant Director Utilities, City of Boynton Beach. We've met.
we met. How are you?
Good, how are you?
You working here now?
Nope,
No, he's not working.
still Assistant Director Utilities for Boynton Beach.
Okay, okay.
On the committee.
Well, this will be very interesting. Okay. Okay,
Hey, and Kelly Avery, I'm the town clerk for Ocean Ridge.
okay, great. Thank you very much.
So each one of these individuals has an opportunity to work pretty closely with all the engineer categories that we've asked to come today.
Okay,
Okay? And you can begin when you're ready. It seems like you're already set up.
okay,
You
so
can use your
yes,
5 minutes.
thank you very much. So my name is James Barton. I'm with Florida Technical Consultants. Thanks for having me back. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but 10 years ago, I was doing as a sub your GIS for another firm. So their GIS person left and I just started FTC in 2014. And so they called me in to just continue the GIS support. So when I saw that there was a GIS part of this submittal, I went to your website and I realized that the maps that you guys have are old and they were the ones that I did. So I was like, okay, time for an update. Okay.
Mr. Barton, let me stop you right there. I just
Yeah.
got a look from my public works supervisor that is the I told you so look. That's what I just wanted to verify.
Have we
He's
met?
been, he's been here the longest, so you probably have met him in the past.
We had a great relationship and I was here all the time and working with you guys. So, and then I was a sub. So if I have a direct contract, it can be a lot more interactive. It requires a lot of interaction because we have to work with you and make sure that what we're doing works. And we'll go over a lot of this. Most of the presentation I have is focused on CCNA type stuff, right?
Mm.
Public works, utilities, but a large component of what I was doing before was kind of land use and zoning, right? Updating the land use map, updating your wall map, that kind of thing. Anyway,
And for the benefit of the viewing public, this segment, this category is simply for GIS services.
correct.
Tell the public what GIS stands for and then you can go. Thanks.
Okay, so the
I'm sorry,
Geographic
Michael.
Information Systems is, if I can use an anecdote or whatever, it's computerized mapping. So it's like Google Maps, right? But it's a different software company called Esri. And Esri is a very standard mapping software used by almost every city in the United States. It's used worldwide. And it's what we can do with Esri and Esri mapping is kind of like everyone has maps on their phone, but we can customize it for your needs and your uses. Okay. So a lot of that is public works. If you're out there doing maintenance, then we can build you apps where you go on your phone and you can go out there and check your maintenance and things like that. We can make it very interactive. We can make it public facing. So if you want to have your zoning map online, we can link it to your website so people don't have to download a PDF. It can be a live map. It can be on your phone. So as you're driving around, you can see it. So it's a very interactive mapping system. It's developed incredibly since 10 years ago when I was here before. Are there any other questions about what GIS is? Or is it, did I get it? Okay. All right. So I wanted to do the presentation based on the requirements, which are ability of professional personnel, successful past experience, recent and current workload, and then location and convenience to town staff. And I would say that I'm probably the closest consultant to the town. I'll start with my last slide first, but my office used to be above the hurricane. So I used to actually walk down here at lunch. And so we just moved to, since they're ripping that down, I've just moved to Congress and Woolbright. So I could scooter down here if we needed to, but most of the staff are remote, right? And it's computerized mapping. So we don't really have to, someone has to be here occasionally, but most of what we do can be remote. Okay. Hit it. Okay. So I'm James Barton. I've been doing this for a long time. Teresa Chapman is just phenomenal at building application and application development. We have a team, which is Amelia, Chelsea, and Nicolina. They all have their own focus. Amelia is very good with planning, zoning. Chelsea's very good with utility data itself. Nicolina is very good at data support. And then Marcus and Jonathan are construction guys. So if you want your people trained, they go out there with your people and they train them how to use the applications. And then when they get feedback, hey, we'd like the application to do this or change things, they get us that feedback to make those changes. So it's very interactive with your staff. We can't just give you something and leave. It's not going to work. So let's start with the past experience. Don't start over. Just start flying through these. So there was a whole bunch of maps that I have all your data. And there's like, honestly, 60 maps that were back in the day. That software doesn't even exist anymore. So we have to like hack back into it to get all the paths working. Hit it. So we pulled your maps off the online, but then we recreated them in the new software called Pro. We did your wall, same thing with your wall map. Out of all those maps, I chose 3. The coastal construction is the best one because it has all your data sets in there. So then we can just manipulate those and start and kind of rebuild it. You have all your drainage structures and your drainage pipes up until 10 years ago. So it's up to date as of 2018. You have all your planning, zoning, parcels, all that other stuff in there already. Keep going. You have flood zones. Those have changed. So we got to update that. Planning, zoning might have changed. I don't know if you've annexed anything or whatnot, but you know, that can be easily quick. All these things can be changed quickly with your feedback because we don't know if there's a planning change, right? So you tell us and then we'll fix it and then we'll go back to you and say, did we get it right? And you'll say you got it right and then we're good. So but that back and forth has to happen because you are the experts of your system. We are just here to support it. Also, yeah, all the water systems. So then we have, if you look at the data itself, you can, you know, the data is live technical data. And then what we can do is we can put it on your phone. So the first step would be to kind of get your system up and running on a platform. Okay, go. All right, field applications, start simple. For each application, say you want to do stormwater maintenance, so manholes are different than pipes. So we start with your manholes and we say, okay, we build your application, we turn it into layers, we utilize the layers for applications, and we use the applications to track and give you metrics. So what does that mean? Go. So we review how asking how you take ownership on project delivery is we review projects with the management, we interview the staff, we determine the needs, we create applications, we train the staff on how to use it, we listen to feedback, we make adjustments, and then we monitor the progress. So we do them one by one. That way, if the stormwater app, you know, we don't want to give you 15 apps and then you say, oh, I'd like it to do this, and then we got to change 15. So we do one at a time, okay? Real world examples. Most of these examples are for smaller towns on the beach, but they're all local. Some of them are local. So utility, you want a dashboard to give you all your metrics. That's pretty simple. You already have your data. You may want an as-built tracker so you can track all your as-builts. Field verification, the tool here, if you want to do hydrant inspections or any kind of maintenance to start flying, you know, Cooper City wanted to just paint their hydrants, so we gave the contractor access. Breaks and leaks, you don't have that big of a system, but you may want to track those things. Valve, even finding your valves in the field, we have applications to help you do that. I&I, if you want to do your gravity sewer plan, then this is the perfect tool for that. We are doing lead copper for about 8 people. Predictive modeling, I'm not sure if that's necessary for a town your size. Breaks and leaks trends, this is like super cool because you can see, I can talk an hour for each slide. This one's super cool. They're all super cool.
I like this,
right?
We all like that one.
Hydraulic modeling, go. And actually what we love about the model is that rather than have a consultant and have the model there and then you ask them a scenario and they give you a report and it's like 5 years later, someone else is there. It's like we try to post that to the people so everyone can see it. There was already a model done here. Okay, so stormwater NPDES cleaning, keep going. So basically satellite beach is not much smaller or bigger than you guys. I think the 3,500 people. NPDES, they had some, what do you call it? Pollutant control devices. So those are, and then TMDL, major minor outfalls. Stormwater master plan. I can go for hours on this, but this is super cool because like rather than it's like a living, breathing master plan. Construction monitoring, keep going. Pavement management master planning. We actually cut our teeth on that in Boynton because we did it for Gary and it was like fantastic. So if you want to just do things like potholes or tracking potholes or sidewalk planning, or sidewalk ADA ramps or curbs or anything you want to do, like trip hazards. Then trash can delivery, like we do a lot of stuff that's added, that's not necessarily CCNA. Revenue generation, we found Miami Gardens more than that since we've been doing it since 2014. Parks, the parks just wanted to know from the people who signed up who is in the city, right? So now you know. Tree maintenance. anything you want to do, we can probably help you with. Outreach, like giving trees out to the people. Where do they go? Street lights, right? Which ones are out? Vehicle crashes for police, if you want to talk about that. I don't even know what they do with that data, but meters or backflows. Irrigation, if you have any city irrigation, you want to track it, like where the, zones are. And then this is like then going into planning, zoning, and community development, right? So we have an actual ADA map that we can post to the online, so you can PDF the ADA or keep going. This is super cool coordination with residents. So Southwest Ranches, all these maps are live, so you can go to their website and click on it. And that's something that I was hoping to do a live demo on, but I think that the internet doesn't connect with for me. So live demos would have to wait. If you select us, then you get the opportunity to see more cool stuff. We've done some crazy stuff like cell phone towers and all that kind of stuff. So the current workload, we have a staff of 8 people. But these projects are fairly there's just a lot of them, right? You can see all, like if you want to do sidewalk trip hazards, right? Okay. A week later, the application is done and we're training your staff, right? And we do one project at a time. We can schedule to accommodate priorities. So if you have like a whole bunch of stuff you need done, we can pull everybody onto this project, right? But bear with us that if you don't need it done right away and someone else has an emergency, then we're very honest with our clients, right? And so sometimes like Amelia will get a call, oh my gosh, we have a community development meeting in 3 hours and I need this map updated. We have the flexibility to pull everyone off whatever they're doing to do that. And we're continually being able to respond to that because not everything's a crisis. So if it's a crisis, we'll get it done. If it's not, then let us do our process, but everything takes a week or 2. We usually say 2 weeks to deliver, usually takes us 1, gives us flexibility. So staff and your staff involvement is a necessity and there's no limit to our capacity because of this. The office location, I was saying that I was above the hurricane, but I'm now at right across from the Wawa. So if you're going to Wawa and then you had a quick GS question, you can stop into the office and ask questions. And then I think we're probably the closest consultant as for, I don't know. So I think I've tried to, I hit everything in my own special way. But basically, we have your data. We're ready to go and chomping at the bit. I would love to help Ocean Ridge. We had a great relationship. It's really, really fun what we do. Everyone, my team just absolutely has a ball doing it. And Amelia's in West Palm, Chelsea's in Jensen, Teresa's in Tampa. I'm right here. Marcus is in Broward, but we're all remote. So, but if we have to be here, we could be here. But Chelsea comes down once a week. Amelia's here whenever we need her. And Angelica, actually, her mother works for Boynton. She is very close, but she's in California right now. Teresa's on maternity. You know what I mean? Like we're very flexible, but you don't have to be on site to do the application development. And you don't, you typically can do it at night on weekends. Most of my staff, you'll get to know them, are younger ladies with children, so they're very flexible for the schedule. So if they need an app done and they got 8 o'clock at night, they can get it done, right? But they're very solid, deliverable people. And we have, if anything you ask us, hey, we'd like to investigate this opportunity, we probably have an example of it somewhere. So am I still on time?
You are way ahead of time, and so that makes us happy, and we're excited. I will open the line of questioning to the selection committee.
Kick it off. That brings joy to hear that. As you know, you've worked on it. It is stuff that needs to be updated. My other question.
I was so lucky to find the data, just so you know. Like I was like, yeah, there it is. And then all of a sudden I was like, it's a little, how it was structured is from 10 years ago. Things have changed. So we do have to do some work to reorganize it and get into the structure that you need, but it's all there. Yeah. So luckily.
The GIS is here now, isn't it?
I have a funny story about that. I'll tell you.
Along with GIS per se, we have areas that flood. Can
Yeah.
that be
Yes.
illustrated on GIS as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, that's the Miami Gardens Stormwater Master Plan thing I was telling you
Right.
about is very, very good for that. And I was a town engineer for several towns as well. I worked for Boynton. So inter-town coordination with agencies. GIS is a fantastic tool to coordinate with different organizations. They need to see something, we can make a map quickly, and we are engineers. So we're really focused on using the GIS to solve your problems.
Right.
Most of them are public works engineering problems, and we're very good at solving them. And with GIS, like it's a GIS contract, but we really just use it as a tool to solve different types of problems.
Correct. Okay, I appreciate it.
Or augment, enhance resident communication. Riviera Beach had an issue with water quality, so now we have a public facing water quality app for them, and which is, I mean, it's live, it's dangerous, you know, because it's like, hey, something goes wrong, everyone's going to see it. But again,
Transparent.
right, everyone's going to see it, so everyone's kind of a bit more keyed in, paying more attention, and making sure that, you know, everything's going right. And if anything goes wrong, great, it went wrong, let's fix it. So it's just this public thing. So it's like this public thing is really, really super cool, and it's super live, right? So
Well, what would we need to provide for you to be able to show us the live version? Like I have a hotspot I could provide to you. We have Wi-Fi.
Can
Is
we
it
log
time?
into the town of Southwest Ranches? I mean, with this question answer time, yeah. Can you get to the Wi? You know, my Wi-Fi won't pick up your thing. For some reason, it's not picking up the
I hope the selection committee is okay with this, but I'd like to take an opportunity to see it in action. If we can somewhere else on how they're utilizing it.
go to the top and look at GIS. So, all right, go accept. All right, hit flood zones.
So we're looking at, for the public certification, we're looking at the information mapping for the city or the town, the village, I think, of Southwest Ranches.
Yeah, they're also very important. So there you go.
So let me get you to go to the microphone if you don't mind. Thank you.
So what we have, and we could like zoom in, but basically you have a map, and on the left-hand side, you have the different layers that you want to show the town, and you can turn layers on and off. This is the flood hazard area. There's a whole bunch of different maps that we can use. Not sure why this is so they wanted to do buildings, bus stops, council districts, schools, parks, right? Oh. Let's see, stormwater zoning. You want to just do a zoning map? Okay. So you can post your zoning map, right?
Mhm.
And so what basically we did here is we just made a solid map with everything in it. And then if people just want to go to the, like, I think it's the town atlas. And really, so now this town atlas has everything in it, right? And you can turn layers on and off on the left. You can see all the, you know, group homes, greenway trails, all the different things they want to show, buildings, bus stops, hydrants and wells, land use, right? Libraries. But then we also broke it down into individual maps. If someone just wants to see the bus stops, they don't have to like go here and like figure out how to click through it and everything like that. So
Great.
we do that a lot, especially with public works. So we'll have the water system, we'll have the stormwater system, we'll have, if you have gravity and sewer, right? We have them on every map, but if your team's looking at water, we have a map just for them, which has the other stuff on it. They can turn it on, but it's just showing water. And that way your field team, if they're doing stormwater, doesn't have to open one map and then turn everything off. Otherwise it's really crowded. So this is just an example of a live layer. We have several We have things called story maps if you want to see development and zoom in and get more information. And it's like, it goes on and on and on what we can do. So the GIS itself is incredibly powerful. And it all depends on how you want to leverage it. But Southwest Ranch is what, 1,600 people? They have a budget of under 20 grand a year. And we were able to do quite a bit. And sometimes, you know, if you, whatever you want your budget to be, but we can, you know, September is always around the corner. So we build what we can. And then if you want, the apps are fairly inexpensive to build. It's just that you end up wanting a lot of them, right? Because you want the stormwater, you want the pipes, you want the water mains, you want the valves, you want. So.
Thank you for that display. Live and in action. What else from the selection committee?
I know you said that you would have your staff come in and train our
Yes.
town staff. Would that also be in conjunction with putting those on the website? Making those interactive?
Yeah, that's what they're training your staff to.
That's to
So,
do, okay. I know to use it, but I didn't know to actually be putting it on the website as well.
yeah, for example, Satellite Beach doing trip hazards. We maybe didn't show you that slide. They didn't want to show how many trip hazards they have, but we had their staff are going out there and collecting the data, right? We build the app, we train them on the app, right? And then they go out there and they start using it. The second app works almost the exact same as the first one, so they don't really need much training on the second one. Maybe something specific to that operations, but and then it takes on a life of its own sometimes. Like in Boynton, we had that ornery field guy, I forget his name, but we were doing ARVs for force main for a model, right? And so we built an app and he went out there and inspected everything. And within 2 weeks, he found them all and he fixed 5 because they were broken, all with this app. And we were training him for 2 hours and he said, I got this, go home, you know, so it's fairly simple to use. Does that answer your question?
So I think, yeah, so Kelly, I think you're thinking, how does that dashboard actually going to be able to get onto our website other
Correct.
than you actually making it
Correct.
happen? Right?
That's what I'm
Okay.
concerned about, yeah.
Yeah, so I love the idea of a dashboard update on the town website.
Yeah, like the utility dashboard is something you want to keep yourselves. Like you guys have one, right? And actually, utility director one time called me and he said, "Hey, I need to know like the number, length of pipe by diameter for the finance, right?" So I said, "Joe." I pulled my car over, pulled it up on my phone or on my tablet, and I said, "Okay, when we get back, we're going to do a training because you have access to all of this." So it's a lot of it's a lot of interaction. We want to build it for your use, but you don't have to call us. We want it to be, so you have to use it, right? We're going to give you a truck. You got to start driving the truck a little bit.
Got it. Very good.
Any other things I can answer?
What else? Committee.
Mine's not really a question. It's more of just a statement regarding, you know, Ocean Ridge utility, you know, updating the utilities for the water mains and everything else. Like you mentioned, the utilities portion, really all GIS hasn't been updated since 2014. There's been projects that have been completed. There's a lot of new upcoming projects for water and utilities in Ocean Ridge. But some of those projects that have been completed over the last 10 years haven't made it into the GIS. You know, the town would expect you to take those as-built, get the.
Yeah, that's.
We've already started to kind of do that because we have Ocean Ridges in ours. We just tried updating it about 3 months ago to the best of our ability.
That's our bread and butter.
Yeah, but they needed a very large update on utilities. It all stopped in 2014. So every project that's been basically since, there needs to be a lot of field verification.
3-4 months, we'll be up to speed.
That was my follow-up question. Okay.
No, it's like have Chelsea and Nicolina on it and they're like in the background all day getting it done.
Yeah.
So it depends really, and the cost of that depends on how many there are, like how big's a ball of string. So, but this is really what we do. And we know your system.
And it's going to be more collaborative than anything because Billy knows the system, because there's also a lot of mains that are on the GIS that have been retired.
Yeah.
Need to go out. So, I mean, the only way to get that, other than some of the as-built, which aren't always completely accurate either, is through Billy or through, you know, Brendan Eckenweiler.
Yeah.
Through the two of them. But there's going to have to be workshops and really working collaboratively together in person, going through maps, getting some of the as-built from Ingenuity. And
that's fine.
Updating it so that.
Yeah. And Brandon is really well trained on how we operate.
Yeah. Brandon's great.
So that's not a problem. I mean, I'd love to work with Brandon again. It's been so long.
What questions do you have for us?
I really don't have any. I know exactly what we need to do to get going and like we would. So yeah, actually one thing you will need to do is get software. So you have to buy some S3 licensing. It's not that expensive, but for the online, you would need that. So everything we do will be on your site. You will own all the data. If you got rid of us, you would still have the data. But as Boynton has GIS software, you would need some GIS software. Satellite Beach got some. It's not a huge expense, depending on how many users you want and what the levels are. But that is something that you would need to. We don't want to own your system. We don't want you using the FTC system to do your work. We want to give it to you. That way you own it. So you never like, hey, where's our data again?
Is that a cloud? Can that come in a cloud-based system?
Yeah, it's all cloud.
Okay, and then will you help select that if you were selected?
Yeah. We'll help you with your licensing requirements, and then we'll help you coordinate with S3. And your software licenses with them directly. We don't get involved except for just helping you. And then we administer your site, so you don't have to worry about it. We'll take care of everything. It's just that we don't want to own your stuff.
We don't want that either. That's
Correct.
awesome. All right. This is a very good presentation. We appreciate how quick you are. And you know how hard it is to work with engineers, and you seem to adapt very quickly. So
Oh,
thank
no,
you.
this is like,
Yeah.
yeah. I actually have Teresa to translate for me half the time.
Oh, you need to
I'll say
translate.
something and she'll say, well,
I
and
really feel like sometimes it's just a
yeah,
translator.
and that's engineering speak. What he really means to say is this. And so,
This is good. Yeah, that's what he means. Yeah.
well, I
Thank you,
hope
sir.
that you select us, and we're really looking forward to working with you again and really taking to the, I hate to say the word next level because it's kind of ambiguous, but the next level really being like the online platform and having your data out of a computer and into the cloud and on your team will be the biggest push. It's not a big lift because you already have your data. That most of the money's in the data. So updating it's fine, but I mean, we found your data. It's going to be great. And then you'll have to like go out there, review it. No one's really had the ability to take your data and go out there one by one, make sure everything's in the right spot. So that'll be the first step. And then at that point, your team will learn how to use the GIS. And by the end of that, rock and rolling. So, but it does require that we can't do that. If we could do this on our own, it'd be very expensive. So we don't want to do that.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming out today. All right, we'll be doing our final scoring tomorrow, Mr. Barton. And for now, I would say to the committee, we can again take a break so the meeting continues. And our next group coming up will be for the category of civil for water and transportation. And that firm that will be up next at 10:15. So we've got about 15 minutes, 15-minute break. It will be CHA Consulting. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, as a courtesy, has taken about just a quick few seconds to introduce ourselves to you, so you know who everyone is. So I'm Michelle Heiser. I'm the town manager. And I'll start with.
I'm zoning and code enforcement, Manny Palacios.
Keith Weber, Assistant Director of Utilities, Boynton Beach.
Billy Armstrong, Public Works, Town of Ocean Ridge.
Kelly Avery, I'm the town clerk for Ocean Ridge.
Yeah, we asked him to participate. He's the engineer, so he's our subject matter expert, if you will. Each one of the people on the selection committee, though, do have a hand in the day-to-day operations and working with the engineers or anybody that's within the categories we've had come back today.
Is Brian Hillard still working for you? Yep. Yep. He just shipped out. He's it's all regard. Yeah, I was a reference when he signed up 5 years ago. Yeah, he's stuff.
Now, I do have copies of the presentation. Not sure if you all would like physical handouts.
I'm fine with watching your, but they might like it.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll take one now. I don't want to be left out. I got FOMO.
Thank you.
Really? I thought you, wait a minute, you just told me you were low maintenance. That's not, that's. We can dim the lights for you if you need to. Would you like the lights dim? Okay. Oh, no, I get it. No, it's an eye thing. And we're taking the first few minutes as you are allotted, 5 minutes to get everything set up. So I think you're sending your presentation over. Is that right? Is that what's happening? Okay.
We're clicking. We're clicking or she's clicking. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Next slide.
Okay. That's okay with you guys?
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
You know, Brian.
He and we've done a lot, we've been town engineers for the city of Coral Springs for years. So Brian, Brian was the water plant superintendent for a long time. Yeah. And then Chris, God, I can't think of what. Roshek, yeah. Oh, he was is he retired now?
No, he's in Hollywood.
Was in Hollywood? Oh,
He's
okay.
the chief resiliency officer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He and I were FWA.
He's been doing it for 2 years. I came in. I was just director of utilities. I'm one of the engineering.
Okay.
At the time I came in, Rowan's deputy director, right? He left 3 months later to go to Hollywood.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
Resiliency was his thing.
Yeah, he and I were the chair people for WA.
Yeah, he might be the nicest human being I know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I haven't since FWA, since we got out of that, I haven't seen him much.
Yeah.
So back to the PDF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stephanie, I think if you click those, the arrows on the top right, it might give you a full size view.
Yeah, the stretch arrow.
So we'll just on to the next slide.
Do you have your email shut down? Is it your email gonna pop up on this? Okay. Okay, whenever you're ready then.
So that's a quick question. Do you mind if they stand behind me? Cause they're gonna switch off. and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
whatever you prefer.
All right. Is this working?
Yes, when it's red, it's on.
Okay.
It's different.
Okay.
So what we've been doing, so for the public's edification, this is part of our 2025 RFQ 001. And this category itself is civil engineering, and it incorporates both water and transportation. And our next presenter is from CHA Consulting. And so welcome. Thank you very much for making your presentation today. And however you're comfortable, we'll have 20 minutes of content and then 15 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. That
Not
would
a
be great.
problem, not a
Thank you.
problem. Well, thanks, Michelle. My name is Doug Hammond. I'm with CHA Consulting, and we appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk to you all this morning about our service capabilities and the town's needs. And we'll jump in right now. So next slide, please. So this morning, like I said, my name is Doug Hammond. With me, I have Angela Barron, Ruiz, and Cecilia Valaria, Julian Gomez, and Stephanie Bortz, and they're key project team members, and they'll have some speaking roles this morning also. Next slide, please. So, and you click past these ones. So ability of our staff. So we've selected a pretty deep staff. We have a lot of people available to work on projects for the town. Don't be overwhelmed by it. We tried to cover anything we could think of and have somebody on standby who could provide services for the town as things come up. We have basically 150 people local here in South Florida working on civil, water, and transportation projects. Most of the people on this list are in-house, and we structured it so we meet your categories, your civil water, your civil transportation, and we have some support services and managerial services. Under support, there's three sub-consultants that we have on the team that we've worked with over the years. CCI, JLA, Jim Anderson for hydrogeology, Nutting Engineers if we need geotechnical work, and Avram and Associates does our surveying work. So next slide, please. So who is CHA? CHA, there's a lot of information on this slide, but let's just talk about what I think is pertinent for the town. We've been in Florida for approximately 40 years, a little bit over 40 years. We are a full multidiscipline firm. We offer services for the civil, water, and transportation thing that we're looking at here today. We do aviation, electrical, we do a lot of different things. But let's focus on what we need for the town. So we have in the area, we have approximately 65 continuing contracts that we're thinking of for here. Like I said, we've had about 150 people in close proximity to here. The majority of these people will be working on projects for the town are either in Coral Springs, Boca Raton, or Doral, Florida. Myself and Stephanie, we're in Coral Springs. The other three people here to present today are from the Doral, Florida office. Coral Springs is mostly water, distribution, treatment, supply, wastewater collection, transmission, treatment, disposal. In Doral, we have wastewater transmission, collection also, and water distribution there. But most of the treatment things happen in the Coral Springs office. A lot of the other stuff happens down in Doral, along with the civil, transportation, and drainage work is in the Doral office. So like I said, we've introduced some of the people here today, but this is kind of our core team. Like we've selected a team that has its very extensive experience in the needs and in the disciplines that you have asked us to present on. So besides myself, we have Nelson Perez Jacome, Arnelio Alfonso, and Alejandro Leon. Those are our leads for the basic services for civil water. I'm the client manager. I'm your contact. If you can't get a hold of these other people, you can always get a hold of me. And we have a transportation lead there. So without going through everything, all this information is in our RFQ submittal. So all their information is there, all of their resumes are there. We're just kind of rehashing who's who. So if you next slide, please. We'll go back one. Sorry. Julian Gomez, who's here today, and Angela and Stephanie and Cecilia, they are lift stations and water distribution, wastewater collection, storm drainage, resiliency, transportation, and those types of things. And they're here today to talk about their roles as we hopefully get into the projects with the town. Next slide, please. So client communication management, very important categories. Each team lead, each team member will have clear roles. We will assign clear roles. We will put together work plans, work structure plans, and you will see what everybody on our project team is going to be doing for any individual project that's required by the town. There won't be any guess, who do I call? Who do I call for this? Who's this person? Who do I contact? You will know, and we will be bothering you most of the time anyway. We'll be taking ownership of our work. We will be delivering on time. We will be delivering a product that is necessary for the town. And we will be committed to make sure that we deliver something that is usable, scalable to what you need, and that can meet your what is happening for the project. If, you know, as far as communications go, we're very proactive. We're going to have meetings, so they may be Teams meetings, they may be really quick. If anything comes up, you're going to you're going to be contacted. We need to discuss whatever this item is. We need to come to resolution. If we need to move something 20 feet to the left, you're going to have a scheduled meeting to go over that. It happens fast. If it sits, we fall behind schedule, the whole project gets impacted, and we want to avoid that. The best way to get done on time is be proactive and to communicate with each other as we're going through this. Make sure if there's any information that the town wants involved in a project, we're going to have stakeholder meetings, we're going to have little workshops. They're not going to be big. They're going to be quick. They may be we do a lot of Microsoft Teams stuff, get everybody together. It's easier than trying to get people in different locations. Everybody has schedules. So we try to be as proactive as what we can. Okay. Next slide, please. So what I'd like to do right now is we have, you know, we're, like I said, we're water, wastewater, civil, transportation, and drainage. So I invited my other colleagues to be here today to kind of go over projects that they've been working on. They're a little bit, not your standard projects, but something that would be similar, we think, to what we're looking at for the town. So I'd like to start off with Angela to talk about some of her past experiences.
Good morning. Good morning. So next slide, please. Okay, so we will showcase our coastal resilience and stormwater systems experience. For the city of Miami Beach, which, as you may know, is one of the pioneers in sea level rise and resiliency efforts. We have served as their program manager for the sea level rise program. We have completed over 10 projects within the city. All these projects have involved raising seawalls, raising roads, installations of pump stations, replacement of stormwater systems. Obviously, you know, taking into consideration water quality treatment measures to protect Biscayne Bay, which is an outstanding Florida water. All these projects, a lot of these projects were design build projects, which means that they had to be phased to expedite construction. And so they show you our experience with phased implementation. Several agencies have been involved: South Florida Water Management District, the county, the city, the Army Corps of Engineers. So this project shows you, it serves as a model for resiliency planning and infrastructure upgrades in a local level. Again, City of Miami Beach. Next. Another example that we have is City of Vero Beach, the Stormwater Augmentation Program. This was a sustainable project that consisted of diverting stormwater for irrigation. So in order to reduce nutrient discharge into the Indian River Lagoon. This project consisted of the installation of a pump station, a 3 MGD intake, and 3,600 linear feet of subaqueous main. Like I said, it was diverting stormwater for irrigation. It was also a phased project. Several agencies were involved: the Army Corps of Engineers, FDEP, South Florida Water Management District, the Water Control District. It was also a grant-funded project. So this shows you our experience with grant-funded projects, phasing, and coordination with several stakeholders and our resilience.
Great. Thanks, Angie. So to talk a little bit about our linear work and some of our pump station work that we do. We put 2 projects up here. I mean, like you can imagine, we have a plethora of projects that we can talk about. Specifically with horizontal directional drilling, for example, the South Florida office has done dozens of drills even in the last couple of years, from down to FKA and the Keys to we recently did one up in Indiana across their White River. But we wanted to talk a little bit about Las Olas Boulevard, which was two 1,200-foot drills that we did a couple of years ago across the Intracoastal Waterway. This was a pretty big one for 2 reasons. It was technically proficient. There was, tight right-of-way clearances that needed to be met, but there was also a lot of environmental permitting that needed to be navigated to make sure that the project didn't get delayed. So we designed that. It was successfully constructed. It was a great project. And now to talk a little bit more about the second one. The second one's really interesting. The second one is a good example of our septic to sewer experience with STEP programs. And more than that, just to be, concise, the project's for Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department, and it was originally a project that was a design bid build, and CHA actually didn't have anything to do with it. Project goes out, awarded to the contractor. Contractor begins mobilizing when all of a sudden Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department realizes that they've got some funding in place that if they don't use it by the end of the next year, it goes away, and they need to use it to expand sewer to the rest of the basin. Miami-Dade Water and Sewer kind of panics a little bit and talks to the contractor. Contractor says, listen, I've got a contract to only install along 27th Avenue. And basically what they decided is, let's turn this into an alternate delivery. Let's do a design build. take what you have, but let's install along the rest of the basin. Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department called CHA. We teamed up with the contractor, and basically contractors installing while we're designing the rest of the corridors. And that way they were able to use all of their funding that was granted to them in order to expand the Northwest 27th Avenue basin. So it went from being a one-street sewer extension to 22,000 linear feet of sewer designed and constructed in less than a year. So it's a great example of our septic to sewer experience and also our alternate delivery. Next slide, please. Pump stations. I mean, we've done everything from small duplex submersibles to right now we're working on Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department's second largest regional booster station, 52 MGD. I mean, 600 horsepower pumps. But we put this one up because it was a good example of our mid-size lift station experience. We recently completed this one for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This was also a design build that we did with them. Not too big. I mean, it's a triplex, 2,200 gallons per minute, around 120 feet ahead. But it also had gravity sewer. It had 18-inch HTP that got installed partially by horizontal directional drill as well on Southwest 3rd Avenue. And it was a great project as well because it was done design build. So we were able to move it quickly. It was, like most of our projects that we try to show, it was done on schedule, on budget, and really demonstrated not just, our technical proficiency. We can design pump stations with our eyes closed. We can also work with cities to do alternate deliveries and whatever it is that they need to get done, we can go ahead and finish it on time and on budget. So next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So I'm going to be talking about this project that helps demonstrate our experience as CHA as a team to provide hydraulic modeling and master planning projects to the town. So this particular project was for the Village of Palm Springs, so a neighboring village from our current location. And this project actually consisted of providing two master plans, a water distribution system master plan and a wastewater transmission master plan. And what this allowed the village to have a clear roadmap of what project they needed to focus on in order to ensure that they provide a high level of service and quality for their constituents. So CHA, our team, us, we went ahead and coordinated with the village staff, not only utility, but also other departments like the planning department, to ensure that we have collected all their data to make the necessary recommendations to anticipate for future demands to ensure that we are providing that same high quality level of service for your constituents, which is all, which is a big priority, as well as the safety and welfare of your community. So this project highlights our experience with providing said services, and we were able to provide a regulatory ready planning document for the village so that they may plan their future budget to ensure that they know the importance of projects that needed to go down the pipeline, literally, to ensure that we're meeting the future demands. So it was on schedule, on budget. It was a successful project. And how this applies to Ocean Ridge, to your town, is CHA will provide the same service to you. We have the experience. We have a successful project, one of many, that demonstrates our planning experience as well as our modeling experience. We understand, the system intimately, especially with the village being a decades client of ours. So we're here to provide that same support to the town. So if you go to the next slide, I will introduce Cecilia to talk about the civil transportation.
Good morning. I'm going to showcase two of our projects. This is a project that we have for the city of Fort Lauderdale and MTech, and it's also a grant-funded project. It's 17th Street Mobility Hub. It's a complete street and mobility improvements project. It includes milling and resurfacing, and most importantly, is lane narrowing to include a raised cycle track and wider sidewalks, and also raised mid-block crossings and RFPs. As part of this, we'll also be upgrading the signage and pavement markings, and we're gonna do signal and lighting modifications. The safety enhancements mostly is because we are providing a raised cycle track and wider sidewalks, and also beautification by providing more landscaping. This is a very tight schedule. It has 15-month schedule, so we're coordinating with commissioners and doing bi-weekly meetings. Next slide, please. So we also have extensive experience with FDOT District 4. I myself have 32 years experience working with the district, with the department. This is State Road A1A from Jasmine Lane to north of State Road 60. And also here we provided bicycle lanes and ADA compliant sidewalks. We did a lot of lighting improvements, improved corridor operation, and also a lot of landscaping modifications.
Next slide, please. So recent and current workload. So recent and current workload is kind of it's a balancing act, right? Every firm has to have all our people engaged and we have to get all of our work out the door. So we're constantly looking for new work to come in, and our goal for balancing workload and capacity is to make sure we have capacity is we have to get things done, move things along and get projects done so we can do other projects and bring projects in. So if you look at this chart, these are most of the key people that we've selected for the project, and we all have capacity. We'll always show that we have capacity because we're always rolling through new projects and completing old projects out. So next slide, please. So more on recent current workload and capacity. So we put together a big team because one of the questions you had was, can we do multiple projects at the same time, and how can we do that, and will we stumble doing that? Basically, I guess is what the intent is. So we set it up to make sure we have qualified people with the expertise that you need, and that we have time. And then if we put a big team of people together, so you have a core group, and we can select from that core group and meet whatever needs that you guys have. So if I'm busy, then I have other people that I can select to come in and take up the slack. And you know, that's one of the things we bring. We have a little bit of size. We're kind of we're all from small firms. We have a little bit of size, and we can now deal with these types of things. As far as prioritizing and scheduling approach, we will provide task orders that prioritize what your needs are, what your schedule needs are, and we will prepare a work plan, and we will prioritize and we'll align everything that we need to meet what you're looking for us to provide. If it's a project that is a small project, you don't need 5 or 7 of us coming here and doing that. We'll scale it to whatever we need this project to be. We'll provide the appropriate team. We don't need to put some monster together that's not necessary. But if you have a big project that requires a lot of staffing, we have the capability of providing that as well. But we can work on things simultaneously. We do it all the time. As far as meeting timelines and maintaining quality, again, that's the biggest thing for maintaining timelines is for us to be transparent with each other and have good communications. We're going to communicate with you. If you see something wrong, or we have a question, or we see an issue, we're going to communicate. If not, it bogs everything down. It's like a flat tire. It slows the entire process down. If we don't get it resolved and move forward, we're not getting anywhere. So we're going to be very proactive with communicating with you. I don't know if it's going to be bi-weekly communication, weekly, monthly, daily. It depends on what the project is and what kind of issues come up, but we will be communicating with you on a regular basis to just keep everything moving, keep workloads moving, and the whole project's moving along. Next slide, please. So location, convenience of the town. Like I said, we have quite a few people in the area in this South Florida area, and we're in 3 offices: Boca Raton, Coral Springs, and Doral. Coral Springs is going to be kind of the point of contact for our projects, and most of the water things will go through there and then filter down to Doral for like Julian, and for Stephanie's in Doral sometimes also. We also have an office in Boca Raton. It's very small. It's a field office, mostly for field construction work, but we have an office there, and then we have Doral. To get here, it's from Coral Springs, it's about 20 miles. It took me about 35 minutes to get here this morning. I thought it'd be like 45 minutes. Traffic was great this morning, so it was nice. But we're always available to by phone, by Teams. We're up here a lot. We do a lot of work for Palm Springs. We're continuing contracts with Palm Beach County, so this is an area we're in quite a bit. As far as remote capability, we have, I'm sure you guys are all aware of it. We're tied into GIS. I know Jim was just in here talking about GIS. We do a lot of Teams meetings, but we're always available by phone. I've been doing this a long time, and I've received phone calls at all hours of the night while on vacation, and we're always available. That's our job. We're consultants. My wife doesn't like it, but we get calls all the time. I've been Easter mornings for sewer line breaks, so it's not a big deal. All right. And everybody else will have the same mentality of doing that. You call and we will respond. So next slide, please. As far as why choose CHA? So we're a big firm, but all of us came from small firms. I used to work for a little firm called Eckler Engineering. That's how I dealt with the village of Palm Springs and some other local communities around here for a long time. And then I got acquired by CHA and became part of this larger firm. It's a good thing. Gives me a lot more flexibility, a lot more staffing to do things with. We're scalable. Like I said, we can scale to whatever project size you need, and we will do our best to scale up or scale down to what you need to not overdo or underdo the staffing required for a project. Tons of experience, anything from water supply through treatment, through distribution, through wastewater collection, transmission, treatment, transportation, drainage. We have extensive experience in all those categories. Coastal resilience, they've worked in coastal areas. We can integrate with the different needs of coastal areas. Myself, I haven't, but this team has. So numerous satisfied clients, like Stephanie mentioned. I've been working for the Village of Palm Springs since 1988 on a continuing contract. The city of Coral Springs since 1995. City of Tamarack since 1999. So we've been on continuing contracts for a long time. And we have 65 of these throughout the state that we've been working with for a long time, but those are the ones that I'm familiar with. And these guys have other continuing contracts that they're familiar with for different areas, some down south, some further north. We have the ability to work on numerous projects. Just we just have to set up teams and move forward with those teams, and they'll have to give you a contact, a team lead to talk to, and we'll be able to move forward. And we really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk to you guys this morning. We look forward to partnering with the town. And if you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer anything you may have at this time. Thank you very much.
Well done, right on time.
Thank you.
Good job. So we'll open up to the selection committee for a line of questions.
It's possible I
This
can
is-
ask the question.
Yeah, this is your line of questioning, Manny.
Sir, can I ask you, your company's very impressive, your credentials.
Thank you.
But I didn't hear anything about residential and civil, the civil aspect of it. Have you guys done any residential work,
As far
meaning
as-
for construction, new construction additions? Because my concern for an engineer would be that in our process for permitting and so forth, we also need an engineer that's going to be able to look at the civil drawings and stuff like that, and provide us with the necessary expertise and in which way to go with approving these plans.
Oh, for plan reviews?
Yeah.
type thing? Yes, we do a lot of that.
Can you give me like what towns have you worked in?
I finished one up yesterday for the Village of Palm Springs. Their planning zoning department sends us, they're called tasks, and they send them to us, and we do plan reviews, and we give a memorandum back with our comments to the plan review. Depending on which community it is, for Palm Springs, we do mostly water and wastewater plan reviews for them. For other utilities, we do for other cities, I'm sorry, we do the utilities plus drainage plus transportation. We do plan reviews. I'm trying to think what communities.
So this is for your category that you're here for on
Yes.
water and transportation. What you're saying though is that if the town needed to ask for a different task order
For the
specific to a need, because
Right.
every so often we may need an additional, you would be open to receiving that
We do.
task order.
What we do is we have an open task order like for the village. And it's a continuing task order. So if they have something we need to do, we don't have to issue a new contract. We give them a phase and we say, we think this will cost $2,000. And then we'll bill against that hourly. We do the work hourly and try to turn it over pretty quickly and get it back to them. The one I just did was late because they gave it to me in the middle of Christmas vacation. So anyway, so we got it done and got it back to them yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That's your plan reviews.
Yes, sir.
What else?
You mentioned during your presentation, you do have sub consultants that you use for geotech, hydrological survey mapping, correct? Because, obviously those weren't categories that you specifically applied for, but those categories can be covered as well.
That's correct. Yeah, when doing kind of civil water and transportation is kind of a broad category. To effectively do that, we'll have to have surveying and geotechnical work and potentially hydrogeological work. I don't know what your status is of your water plant, but you have supply wells and disposal wells that I know of.
I don't have any other questions.
Really nothing for drainage?
On drainage,
Mhm.
this town is very unique.
Okay.
Sometimes we can't just design a drainage system.
Mhm.
We may have to at sometimes work with what we have. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I do, and
Okay.
that's not uncommon.
That is
Yeah.
a very hard thing for my department.
Mhm.
You follow what I'm saying? And that was my question. If we design something, there may be some type of changes. Is that something in your realm, or are we sticking, you follow what I mean?
No,
To A to B?
and what I've learned in South Florida is things have been built over the years and been added to and may have been done by someone who came from up north who really didn't understand South Florida. And you have to think outside the box and you have to modify things. And I believe we run into that kind of stuff. I know she has. Yeah.
Obviously, it depends on the funding that's available, but we use existing systems, we model the existing system and we provide recommendations using, the existing infrastructure that can be used. And obviously we recommend, cleaning the existing system or maybe upsizing a few pipes to improve the drainage conditions in the area, but we evaluate the system as a whole and if it can be used, of course. So,
Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
we use it all the time. We do.
We got a lot of those when you open something up, you look in there like, I'm not sure what this is.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Everybody. That's a-
Okay, thank you.
Speaking about sewer, Ocean Ridge is on septic, but as time goes on, there's more pressure from DEP to get towns, cities off of septic. If there was a huge conversion, obviously that would have to be an RFQ because construction would be over the CCNA limit. But the CHA do a lot of planning as far as sewer to septic conversion, vacuum systems.
Yes.
And looking at how to advance that point if the town were, to have
Yeah.
appetite to do that eventually.
I started to put slides in this presentation to go over that, but like you said, the projects were way expensive. We did $92 million worth of sanitary sewer conversions for the village of Islamorada. We took all their septic tanks out and went to a hybrid of 4 vacuum stations, hundreds of vacuum pits, and some places that were too far off the right of ways, we went with positive displacement grinder pump stations and did that for Islamorada, Key Largo. We're currently doing septic to sewer conversions for Martin County, Okeechobee, Gemini Springs and Volusia County, most of them are using vacuum systems. I've been doing vacuum work in this area since 2000. I'm very familiar with it. We've done grant funding for it. We're doing grant funding for the stuff in the Keys had millions of dollars of grant funding through EPA. It was a consent order through EPA, and then they helped with some funding down there. Yeah, very, 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 very adept to doing septic to sewer conversions.
Okay.
Yes.
You come to the microphone.
Yeah,
so we
to the
can
mic.
grab you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hi again. So we also have experience with providing alternate approaches, right? So that you have those planning documents available for grant funding. So we would then evaluate your system or your basin and provide you with the recommendations on what technology would work best for that particular area, whether it's conventional gravity, low pressure, or vacuum. So that way you have a document that you could then go and apply for federal funding for. And then on top of that, what our office is providing now is planning or bidding documents for vacuum that have both manufacturers on there. There's 2 prevalent vacuum manufacturers in our area now. So that allows, our bidding documents allow the town to go after more federal funding because you don't have that proprietary one manufacturer planning design document. So we've successfully been awarded over $1 million for Okeechobee on one of our projects, or 2 million in total. So it's just, we have that experience to back you up.
And that's where I was really going with it, was towards the planning side, because like Doug mentioned, if it is going to construction to design, the construction is going to be over 7.5 million or 7.7 now. So that portion would have to be an RFQ, but I don't want to speak for Ocean Ridge, but I would assume at some point they want to at least do a planning document, see what the options and do an evaluation of the options are and get OPCCs for the different options. And that you have experience with.
Yes, we have extensive experience. And then, yeah. And they just keep coming. But you're not the only town that's experiencing that pressure from FDEP. I mean, I came from a meeting a few weeks ago from Volusia County. They have several springs in their area, so they're a hot commodity with FDEP. And they too are feeling the pressure. In Okeechobee, they're on the lake. So we currently have 3 to 5 vacuum stations being either constructed, designed, or procured for Okeechobee because they're on the hot tail end of getting, federal funding to get them off of the septic tanks and onto a collection system because of their proximity and their BMAP situation with Okeechobee and federal
And they're
regulation.
having a lot of success with grant funding.
Yes. His name is John Hayford. He's fantastic when it comes to obtaining millions of dollars from the state.
So city of Okeechobee or county?
Okeechobee Utility Authority.
Oh, yes, that's right. Separate water authority there.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
I wanted to, since we're talking about potential task orders,
Mhm.
resiliency, we are dealing heavily with king tides, as everyone is.
Mhm.
And we've been talking a lot about seawalls or what I like to call them tide walls, different options. And I don't have a question around that other than say that's a concern and I need to have a partner in my mind that will listen to my concerns and help me come up with solutions. So what does that sound like to you?
So on our org chart, we put structural people in there that can do structural designs for seawalls, and they're doing wall raising down in the Miami area, and
Miami
she's
Beach?
doing that, yeah.
We're doing a project that's raising 4 seawalls in city of Miami Beach. And we're raising 8 seawalls in city of Miami and the coastal areas for the same reason, sea level rise. And we are installing backflow preventers in the outfalls to prevent, backflow into the system.
Sure.
But yeah, we have a structural team and they have done a ton of work down there
Okay.
for that.
I wanted to thank
They're
you
very committed.
for each one of the slides, having that additional text where it says the application to Ocean Ridge. I thought that was very helpful as you were going through the information today. Any additional questions from the committee? No, we are 3 minutes ahead of schedule. So if you'd like, are there any questions for us?
Anybody have questions? Right now, we've never been asked to have questions. We weren't prepared for that. So, yeah, we start next week. Yeah. No, at this point in time, I don't think we have questions right now, but if we are successful, we probably will once we get to talking with you and seeing what things you're thinking about doing.
Sure. We have, on our schedule, we'll go through the scoring tomorrow. And so we
Okay.
anticipate by the end of business tomorrow afternoon to have our final recommendations to go before the commission on our Monday meeting.
Okay.
All right, so you'll know quickly.
Okay, cool.
We really appreciate your time. And
Thank you very much.
It was a great presentation by
Yeah.
everyone.
Thank you very much for moving it to today, because we got a notice. I'm like, wow, we're gonna have to, that will change how everybody was coming back from vacation on.
Since we have an extra minute, I'll tell you, I have less sympathy for everyone. I was scheduling it for the 5th saying, no, work has to get done. And I got an immediate phone call from my engineering partner that says, remember, people are out for 2 weeks. You reminded me that people are human. So I thought, how strange that an engineer was reminding me that people are human and enjoying time off. And so thank you for that, because it was better for everyone involved.
It would have been a much different presentation. Probably would have been us sitting here just having a conversation.
And it would have
So,
been fine.
it would have been fine.
I think it would have been fine. Thank you so much.
Thank
It
you
was a
very much.
pleasure to
Great
meet you.
job.
All right, so again, for our purposes, we'll take a break here for the next couple of minutes. Clicker? So they actually, they'll have do you have a little, you gave it to her? Yeah. And we can advance it for you.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, that'd be fine if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I apologize if it's going to be redundant through all the slides. Next slide, please. Next
That's
slide,
fine.
please.
Fine,
I'll try to change it up a little bit. Oh, my God.
Okay, so what we've been doing is just taking a few seconds before you start to, as a courtesy, introduce who we are and what we do within the organizations.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm Michelle. I'm the town manager. You don't have to introduce yourself to your time, but I mean, for us, I'm the town manager.
I'm Keith Weber. I'm the Assistant Director of Utilities for Boynton Beach.
Billy, strong public works for the town of Ocean Ridge.
And I am Kelly Avery, the town clerk for Ocean Ridge.
Pleasure to meet you.
And then Manny's coming up to the microphone here in a second. He's an important member. That's okay. We get a few breaks.
Manny Palacios, zoning and code enforcement officer for the town.
So each one of the individuals that are on the selection committee interact with this category daily, regularly, if not daily. And our partner here, our subject matter expert engineer, has been kind enough to come over from our sister city in Boynton Beach.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So we apologize. I recognize we are a few minutes behind from everybody taking a quick break and coffee. And so of course, we'll make sure you have that opportunity to make it up in the back end. Okay.
We'll speak quickly.
All right. That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. And you can go whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We are Pannoni Associates. My name is Jim Milanos. I am the office director for the Delray Beach office, which is minutes away from this town hall. On the board right now is the agenda that you had provided to us, which we're going to speak about. Basic principles about the agenda throughout our presentation. We're going to demonstrate our structure, ensuring our focus on projects past and present, managing time, and setting expectations, which will show throughout the entire presentation.
Great.
Next slide, please. To my right, I have Jason Sheridan. He is our division manager for civil engineering. He is a principal with Pannoni Associates. I have Steve Elias, who is a vice president, also a utilities manager. Both work with me hand in hand on several different projects. We provided in our presentation an organizational chart which identified the project leaders, myself being the client manager, client coordinator. But for the purposes of the presentation, we did want to provide to you a diagram not only indicating our project leaders, but also who are the players within our firm that would be servicing your contract. So we broke it out to utilities, water drainage, and there was a fourth category, which was grants and loan management, which we'll talk about later on in our presentation. Once again, I'm Jim Milanos. I'm an environmental manager, senior environmental manager. Been with the firm now approximately 7 years. I have about 30 years of experience under senior project management. I've been trained as a project manager. I also run the Delray Beach office. I manage projects from structural engineering to environmental projects. We are currently working in Delray Beach as well as a representative of being an engineer for the city. Next slide. Jason Sheridan is going to be our civil engineer with respect to providing drainage and civil projects. Moving forward, we have Steve Elias, who has 32 plus years in municipal master plans, water and wastewater treatment. So I'm not going to go through each individual key member, but we have experience from 50 years all the way down to 15 years. So our team members have vast experience. Execution of work. What we wanted to demonstrate here is that we put plans into action involving implementing tasks, managing resources, coordinating teams to achieve your specific needs and goals. So request for work would come in, we would review it, and we would channel it down to the appropriate people that would be assigned to those projects. We prepare the work plans. Hand in hand, we'd be working with the town in order so that it's an open book policy. You can see exactly what we're preparing, and it's a collaborative effort. Project execution, obviously, Pannoni has an extreme rigorous QA/QC program. We watch all our projects. We provide deliverables that are accurate, compliant, and technically sound. Next slide, please. Ownership. We are an ESOP. We're an employee-owned company. So everyone has a stake in our firm, right down to the administrative assistants, all the way up to our managers and senior people. So we pride ourselves on being employee-owned. That is our culture. That's how we work. So for proactive communication, I will be the lead client coordinator, client manager. You will have one person to talk to, and from my point, I will direct any questions that you may have or any work to the project managers based on their disciplinary backgrounds. My phone is on 24/7. I can prove that. I've had clients call me 3 a.m. that are in Israel or in Australia. So developers do call me based on their time zones. So, and I have picked up the phone, and somebody said I have a reputation of not sleeping. I'm going to hand this off right now to Jason Sheridan, who's going to speak to you guys.
Good morning. I'm Jason Sheridan, as Jim mentioned earlier, Principal Civil Engineer for the state. And I'm going to discuss some of the previous recent projects that we've done for other municipalities. I guess being around for over 60 years with I think over 40 offices up and down the East Coast, 7 in Florida, 3 in the area, there's not a lot of issues that come up that we're not able to handle. So our in-house services, you can see up on the screen now: civil site design, transportation, stormwater, landscape, water, wastewater. We provide that to currently over 40 municipalities in Florida, as well as some of the smaller towns and cities, plan review and other just civil engineering items that the smaller municipalities don't have in-house. So some of the benefits that Pannoni brings to the city, be 90+ employees in Florida, available to the city of Ocean, or town of Ocean Ridge. Again, over 40 communities served in Florida, company-wide, almost 1,000. And a list of projects that we've worked on in other municipalities and universities are pump stations, lift stations, water treatment facilities, treatment plants, storm and drainage pipe design as well. And you can see on that second item down, just the amount of grant funding that we've gotten in Florida alone and company-wide. Yep. Pannoni is, has a 6-step systems engineering approach to all our projects. So it starts with identifying the project requirements once the RFP comes out, creating a staff management plan, project master plan, project execution, all the way through schedule and cost control, and QA and construction administration. And there are 2 projects that I think are relevant to this contract I wanted to touch on. First one is Appian Way. It was a drainage study in St. Petersburg. It was a very high-end community that experienced flooding and annual flooding, and a lot of the lower storm events as well. So the relevance to this contract would be we perform survey mapping, stormwater drainage, sustainability, resiliency, environmental drainage, and sea level rise. So this was about a 40-acre community that was experiencing substantial flooding in Vinoy. And we performed 5 alternative analyses to handle the stormwater, given the tailwater discharge to the Gulf. So they're currently being evaluated by the city of St. Petersburg. They're going to choose one, and then we're going to be moving forward with grant assistance. But the current scenario is a fairly large pump due to the elevation of the neighborhood and just the ability to add any type of fill or dead storage. The next project, Steve Lass will speak on.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, or good morning.
Second project we want to talk about that we think is relevant is a septic to sewer project. We've conducted several, but this one was just completed last year in the town of Lake Hamilton. Things that are relevant potentially to you all, certainly all the design, permitting, construction, all the typical engineering stuff, but there was a lot of public coordination that had to happen. Anytime you go on people's private property, there's lots of issues to deal with. You know, with site restoration, all that sort of stuff. So we handled all the workshops and all the communication there. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. But the other thing, there were some smart solutions that we provided, several on the project. One interesting was a like a GIS project portal that we set up, so the public could see which street was going to be ripped up, you know, which houses were next, which ones were going to be repaved, which ones signed. You know, we actually scanned all the participation agreements, so we knew who signed and who didn't. But all that kind of stuff, having that in one place, so the elected officials and all the public can know exactly day to day, it just stops your phone from ringing. So that was a neat innovation that we brought to the table there. The other thing was funding solutions on the project. That project had about $4.5 million of 80% grant funding that we brought to the table from DEP. Problem with that program typically is it doesn't pay for the improvements on private property. So we actually went above and beyond and found some 319 grant funding from EPA and paid for the hookups and the septic tank abandonment. So it ended up none of the residents had to pay anything, which is, you know, a blessing. So we did all that coordination, and we'll talk about some value. You know, we do that pretty regularly, but and then improve the community resilience, which would be applicable here. As far as delivery, just to keep touching on, is okay. You can go, but certainly schedules. I mean, that apply when you deal with a lot of grant projects. You have to meet the deadlines for the applications, and it's a competition with other cities. So we're very used to working on emergency timelines, and you know, whatever it takes to if we got to work over the weekend or whatever it is to meet the deadlines to get shovel ready. Which we'll talk about some of our success again with grants, but that's some of the secret sauce of how we're so successful with that. All right, next slide. So this, you asked about value-added services. This is just a few here, but just generally speaking, Pannoni takes pride nationally. We're a national leader with using technology with, we call them smart solutions, smart app, of various sorts, but you know, whether it's GIS related or energy optimization, we also have in-house surveying. So for example, we do 3D laser scanning. So that's a wonderful thing. I'll show you on the next slide when we get to it, but that can lead to, that actually opened up a new department within our company called the Pannoni FX group. So we can do full 3D, we build models of your proposed improvements if you so desire. We've actually got a sample if you want to see it during Q&A. Just how it's like a Disney animation studio. So if you know, for public communication, it's a great tool, but that we're very proud of that value added service. Photo 360, that's kind of our in-house, like Google Street View. We can do custom Google Street View. Like we go down with a 3D camera and make our own Google Street View, and we can give that to you, and that can be part of your asset management system. And then the other, I'm just hitting these quickly, but the last one would be Bluebeam. We're very innovative with Bluebeam software when it comes to keeping track of quantities. And, you know, a lot of times we can go into the next progress meeting and tell the contractor what their quantities are, because we're recording it every day on our digital, you know, iPads in the field, and we have all the quantities like dated, and we can pull up a spreadsheet. And anyway, just a little taste there. Next slide. This is just kind of a visual there, but that was an actual pump room on the left. We went in and scanned it, and you can see on the right, we built a 3D model of it. And then that can just turn into great things for well, I'll call it like an interactive as-built. You can see kind of on the bottom there. We'll go in, you know, a lot of times in tanks, you know, you'll never see it once it's filled up with water, but we go in and scan it, and we get 3D horizontal and vertical data points of, you know, before it's filled with water, for example. And that can be, you know, a great as-built instead of, you know, paper as-builts that disappear over time, unfortunately. All right, next slide. And then the last one I'll talk on is funding solutions. Again, we're very proud of this. And this is really just Florida. I had this up actually, but I guess the big picture was a lot of different programs. I've got a spreadsheet that goes back to the 90s, where we keep track of how much grant funding we've obtained for our clients. And you can see the list there from DEP to CDBG, you know, both state, local, and even legislative appropriations are all kind of lumped in there. But since the year 1996-ish, we've recorded in Florida here $608 million of funding solutions. It's not all grant. I would say probably 70% of it is grant. The other is low interest loan. 439 million of that is or has been or is actively being implemented. Of note there, you can see it in green. Very happy about this one. Last fall, there was some hurricane resiliency funding, one time, you know, Hurricane Irma, no, Milton. 190 million we secured for like 6 or 7 of our clients. That was like 11% of the state's total 1.6 billion. So we had like 11% of it for our 6 clients. So all of them, that was their biggest grants ever. We're talking like 30, 40, $50 million a piece in 100% grant funding for design and construction. So that obviously going to keep us busy, but we can bring this to you. The other, and then why is that important too? I put on my economic development hat. When you bring grant funding into a community from Washington or wherever it comes from, that creates a local economic stimulus. So if you use a modest multiplication factor there, our grant efforts have turned into a $2.7 billion economic stimulus for the local communities we work for. So we all benefit from that. So anyway, I'll turn it back over to Jason.
All right, so the next slide will speak on, I guess, the current workload and how we're able to take in any work that the town will have. So some of our key staff that was in our proposal and at the beginning of the presentation are listed there. We're a little booked up towards the beginning, but you can see it taper off towards the end of the year. I think we're about 50%. Definitely have ability to absorb additional projects coming in. Next slide. And you can see a graphic view of that. I'm sorry, next, we have one more slide. And we used Deltek Vantage Point as our PM software. So that keeps each project on track, both schedule and budget, and helps really keep everything organized. That's company-wide in Pinoni. So whichever office you're in, whichever state you're in, you have access to Deltek Vantage Point to pull up whatever information you need to for your project, just to make sure everything's moving forward. One more slide. And that is a sample of one of our work plans from the project initiation, just to show how we meet strategies to meet deadlines. So we work backwards from the client's deadlines. We basically reverse engineer the schedule a lot of the times from the due date, kind of back channeling everything that needs to occur in the design and permitting to come up with the milestones needed for each deliverable. This is very helpful with a lot of the design projects and a lot of the municipal review projects that are under tight deadlines as well. And I'll hand it back off to Jim to speak on the location.
Thank you. We have 90+ professionals in the state of Florida, which are at our disposal for all our projects. We work rigorously together, whether it's up in North Florida, Southeast, or Southwest. It's no additional cost to our clients. Next slide, please. The Delray Beach office has been in existence for over 25 years, primarily working with private clients, architects, developers. For those that may not know, we are the structural engineers on record for Atlantic Crossing in Delray Beach, which is I think it's over 3 square blocks of redevelopment. And they decided to put an underground parking lot 2 blocks from the intercoastal. So you can imagine the pressure against those walls. As an ESOP owner, my job and what I want to do personally is grow this office. And the growth of this office is not just working with private clients, but also working with key municipalities. I'm not looking to have a dozen municipalities under my belt. We grow the old-fashioned way. We grow organically. I know there's firms out there that acquire and do acquisitions on a daily basis. That's not us. We are very conservative in our approach. We have been conservative here. We've been in existence in Florida for over 50 years. Nationally, we work with over 1,000 municipalities. We are currently working with 50 municipalities here in the state of Florida. Overall, we've probably worked with over 100 municipalities. And I'm proud to say that we were picked by the city of Delray, and I have a job that I'm working on. It's a small job, but it's still a job. So they have confidence in us. With that, I want to thank everybody here. Why Pannoni? Again, the reason for us is that we work with small municipalities. We don't work with large municipalities. And again, it is my desire to grow my office, and you will be part of that growth. But again, we're not looking to overexpand. As I said before, we are conservative in our approaches, and I welcome the fact that perhaps you may pick us. I see a smile.
Well,
I'm
you
dying
are ahead of
to ask the
time, and
first-
he's chomping at the bit to ask you a question, I think. So,
No,
no, we're excited. So this a selection committee will now engage in questions. And again, remembering that the large part of this committee deals day to day with some aspect of a town engineer. And so those questions will probably be
Right.
around.
And some of
the
those
work they
questions
do.
I'm going to divert to either my colleagues here to my right and to my left.
Perfect. All right, we'll start with Manny because he's starting already.
I do the zoning for the town. I deal with a lot of permitting and submittals for new construction, additions and so forth. I know Jason mentioned something about they also plan review. Does that include multifamilies and single-family home?
Yes, yeah.
Can I get you to get into the microphone so we can grab it online? Thank you, sir.
We do plan reviews for every type of development, commercial, subdivisions, large scale residential, multifamily residential.
What towns have you done nearby for single-family, new construction homes, that sort of stuff?
Single family, a lot of them we've done in Polk County, at Polk County itself,
You have
as well as the city of Davenport, Haines City.
Mulberry, Eagle Lake, Dundee, Lake Hamilton.
Okay.
Talking to the microphone.
Yeah,
We,
please.
we understand, and part of working for a smaller municipality that may not have, the depth of staff for whatever reason, the economy goes up and down, but we come in and play city engineer and assist when, on a regular basis. So we're
Okay.
very used to filling in, when they don't have a town engineer, they need some inspections or whatever it might be, whether it's construction or subdivision review or whatever it is.
Well, I guess where I'm going with this is in the permitting process that we have meetings and we have an engineer, or that's what we're looking for, another engineer that reviews the civil drawings for them.
Yeah,
That's what
absolutely.
yeah. Now, will we be able to get a one person on a regular basis, or is it going to
It
be?
has to be, yeah.
Oh.
Usually it's like to be cost effective, we typically put a professional engineer who's like the final reviewer, but not charging the hourly rate the whole time. So we get like a junior engineer what we typically do is go through the code and we put together a checklist. So we're very methodical. If you like attention to detail, that would be us. So we'll go through and we might have 25, 30, 40, depending on how your code is, but under each category, water, wastewater, drainage, roads,
Exactly.
et cetera. And
Exactly.
we'll have things that we check the plans for. And if they don't, and we also put the section of the code that requires that, so that if we do have a comment, we'll give you a table and there's just no question, well, where is that in the plan? Oh, it's on page 6 and it's this section of the code. And this is the deficiency. And that way it keeps everybody, and then we'll just roll with that as they whittle it down. Hopefully it's one submittal, but it could be multiple submittals before we get to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next.
So Benoni was presenting today for both civil water and civil engineering, town engineer services. With the water portion, there may need to be geotech, hydrological, or survey mapping done. Is that done through sub-consultants, or would you expect that work to be done prior to civil water design?
We do the upfront. I don't know if, I don't remember the exact slide it is, but survey, utility locate, geotech, we take care of all that. And geotech, we would use a sub-consultant, survey and utility locates we do in-house.
Okay, survey and utility locates you do in-house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who your typical geotech and hydrological subs are for the survey? Yeah.
You can have a sometimers moment here. Universal engineering sometimes. What define hydrogeology? You mean like groundwater modeling and?
Yeah.
We've used Arena in South Florida before.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but they work statewide. That's who we typically use for the geotech.
Okay. And how,
And we're able to perform, if it's like the flow nets and the groundwater modeling, we're able to perform that.
okay.
It's really a function of what we're doing. For example, I know the water management districts, for example, we do a lot of water use permitting. And, if you're dealing with lower Florida and upper Florida and different aquifer wells, there's some boutique consultants that we don't try to do that in-house. So matter of fact, we brought in Jacobs as a partner because they work with the water management districts a lot. And we figured, you know what, let's use their own expertise against them. Let's bring them to the town so they can't argue. So that's, and if it was a smaller city, we wouldn't bring out the heavy guns, but depending on the project and how difficult the task is, we would make a judgment call, but we're flexible. But we don't do that in-house, but we have probably 3 or 4 different ones we've worked with over the years.
Okay. And then, I was happy to see the slide about septic to sewer conversion. That will be a talking point as the years go on with DEP and EPA getting stricter and stricter. The town of Ocean Ridge is on septic. Have you done planning documents that give different evaluations of what the options are and maybe some low level or high level OPCCs to see what the different options are moving forward and how they should maybe plan it and what section of the town should go first?
Yes. And quite frankly, because we do so much of our water and sewer work, because it's been good for us and our clients, because there's been so much funding assistance available. We've really, I'm going to say 95% of our work is through the DEP, through their state revolving fund program. So the thing with the state revolving fund program is they require you to prepare what they call a facilities plan, which you're probably familiar with, but they require you to go through an alternatives analysis, a life cycle cost. You're going to put that all on the table and you're supposed to look at least 3 options and you're supposed to pick the most, which makes sense because grant dollars are hard to come by. Purpose of that is to make sure they're spending their money wisely. Not only DEP, but there's going to be maybe a 20% loan attached to it, or less or more. So yes, all those projects have to have a facilities plan or a preliminary design report of some to put a cost to it. And I'm sure the public's going to weigh in on who wants to participate and who doesn't, and how much it's going to cost, what the impact is. But so to answer your question, yes. And the facilities planning process is very thorough. And they even require, public presentations and council resolutions. So there's no question everybody's on board at the end of the project and everybody knows what the cost is.
Okay. Last question for me. 2 biggest things for me have always been communication and transparency. You guys hit the communication portion. It's nice that you're local, and I always like to have the option of in-person meetings rather than Teams meetings. I'm not a Teams meeting person. I like to get to the table and sort out not while people are reading their emails. But as far as transparency, how have you handled task orders? Have you had a lot of scope creep and amendments, or is that something that you try to keep to a minimum? And can you just speak to that?
Which we've done a various amount of projects, anything from parks to public works to just in general.
Let me take a stab at it. We're very thorough, maybe overly thorough on our proposals, and sometimes clients, maybe it even works against us sometimes, I don't know, but we don't like surprises. We've learned over the years that, when there's scope creep and change orders, that's not popular with the elected officials and people managing the money. So we pride ourselves in putting together very thorough scopes of work with a detailed list of assumptions. That's, we're big on that, so that we all know what the assumptions were going in. And, we don't work for free. I'm sure you don't expect things to be done for free. But we don't want to also creep the scope of work and charge you extra for, that's not our game plan. Some folks, well, we don't do that.
Right, and I'm assuming there's a very transparent invoice that shows how the hours were broken down. Specifically with things like permit review, you want to see, looking through that, 3 hours wasn't, spent doing, a quick, simple
Right.
review that you look at and you're like, that could have been done in 30 minutes. Do you give a full breakdown so to give that transparency to both the town manager and the council?
Every client's different, and we work for our clients. So some clients are, hey, give me a lump sum proposal and we don't care how you spend your time. Others, they want to see every hour or reports. So whatever that, in our Deltec,
Experience. I see our.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, Jim.
I should know that.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. No, annually, we do work for the CRA in your city, in Boynton Beach. We do break out the hours. We're asked to look at a house, just across the street from the township building, I think where you store Christmas lights and other stuff. And I think there's a Mexican restaurant where you own the building itself. And we're asked annually to, assess the building structurally. So what I do for the CRA is I break out all the hours. Now, we do have a lump sum. We don't go over the lump sum, but they still want to see the hours and they want to see definitively what our project descriptions are. What did we do for those hours? So I provide that information. So that's close to home. So
Yeah.
I do that. But like my constituents here said, we provide hours and we have descriptions with those hours. So everything is transparent. And I do like the face-to-face. I do like to talk and I do like the face-to-face, but that doesn't mean the clock's ticking either. At the end of the day, the commitment is a long-term commitment, not a short-term commitment.
Okay, that's it for me.
So I deal a lot with the building and the planning and zoning as well, on my end. For the person that we would do the day-to-day, like the applicants that are applying for new single-family homes or substantial improvement and all that, the person that you would have, and this might be a redundant, what you guys already said, it would be the same person that would be doing it for those as well as doing it for our building permit reviews as well, right? Because we have two different kind of a situation. We've got planning and zoning reviews, and then we, when they're in preparation for going in front of our planning and zoning board. And then we also have, once they're done with that portion, then they go apply for building permits, and that's used for everything. And so that person, I was curious if that would be the same person or would there be different people doing that each time?
let me just clarify your question, and I'm reading into it. It might be, generally, you mentioned planning and zoning, we have planners, internal planners, AICP planners that if it was more planning related, we would tend to have, our planning team look at that. When it gets into the civil, water, sewer, drainage, we would probably have, engineers reviewing that. But those would be two different groups of people or people.
Right.
Generally speaking, as I said before, it's more cost effective to put a junior. We typically have a tag team. We have a junior person and a senior person. Have the junior person go through and meticulously spend, more of the hours checking all the code and back and forth, and then have some late stage meetings with the PE or the senior planner and synthesize those comments. Because, working with developers, there's some give and take, and you got to have some experience to know when to give and take on that. So you don't get phone calls. Hey, your engineer's being ridiculous, asking for this or this. Yeah. We told him in the first meeting you didn't have to. So
the reason I asked is because we
try to streamline it.
We have like pre-app meetings.
Yes.
Before these people actually start submitting. And so we have a meetings with our engineer, our zoning official and our planner.
Yeah.
And we sit down with those people and we get the plans in advance. It's a preliminary plans. and we
Yeah, I would
just
say it
kinda
would be the
review
senior
them.
person involved in that process, but
Okay.
your point, I think, is the consistency.
Right,
That,
and
that's,
what that same
that's
person was-
critical. You can't have 5 different people part-time switching around. You got to have consistency. So that's what, we would generally assign a team, because we do this probably I know I'm involved in 6 or 7 cities right now where we have a consistent team with each of the cities. So just whatever makes sense internally, but at the end of the day, we'll try to be as consistent as we can.
And then for the day-to-day building permit reviews, we have software that we use. It's all online. Have you used multiple different types of software, or would that be something that we would have to train you on with ours?
Is this for the vertical portion?
This is for, this is, so here's the difference.
Like building official kind of,
We have a building official.
Building official.
We currently utilize our town engineer in the field as well. So sometimes there's swale issues, drainage issues, and so maybe it's a junior person, but we do have individuals that have to go out to the field sometimes to inspect or to, I wrote down, review or inspect in the field. And that person typically is the same person, which is why Kelly's asking for consistency purposes. That's typically the same person that will be reviewing the civil plans.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so we're accustomed to having somebody that checks in often and then goes out in the field the same way our building official would, kind of runs parallel. So I think I'm building on Kelly's, question, which is, what does that look like with your teams that currently work with municipalities?
That's, I guess, whatever stage of construction that the contractor's in, we have a couple people that go out and do the site inspections for the horizontal work.
Mhm.
If it's, the storm system being constructed, compaction, asphalt, back T, pigging reports, lift station startups.
Yeah, so
But it would
that's
be-
all,
it would
and
be the
that's all,
same person.
yeah,
It'd be the same engineer that approved the comments during the review stage.
Yes,
During
yes.
construction. We would
Good.
keep that consistency.
right. And Jason, I think what you're talking about is, the massive projects, like we have a transportation project,
Right.
a drainage project. I absolutely understand your methodologies based on your presentation on how you do it.
Yep.
So the refined question is really the day-to-day, what you would probably consider small stuff, which is when somebody's just building a house. And then we need to make sure that our drainage, internal municipal drainage system is not going to be impacted too much. Or if
Well,
it
there-
is, then what's it look like
yeah,
and
there
what
would
do they
still
have to
be-
do?
Because there would still be inspections that need to be made at the connections and at certain check marks throughout the construction process.
Correct.
Or it could be at an interval period, weekly, bi-weekly site inspections during the major horizontal construction portion.
Mhm.
So there's a couple different ways that we handle that,
Okay.
but I know we use Maurice a lot in Winter Haven. And we have Ryan, we use a lot in Clearwater. But there are a couple different ways that we could approach that.
So you're accustomed to it.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else, Kelly? Okay, I have just a final thought, and we're good on time since we needed to give you a couple more minutes too. We're a town that has to consider resiliency every day, and these king tides are just taking us out sometimes. So we're thinking about and looking at seawalls and tide walls and that kind of thing. So I don't have a question around that as much as I just want to throw that at you and see what you have to say about that.
That was one of the reasons that I mentioned that St. Petersburg project.
Yeah, I like that.
It was a very affluent community in St. Petersburg that was experiencing a pretty significant amount of flooding. There was only a certain amount that could be done, given the tailwater effect and the proximity to the Gulf that community was in. But, we ultimately came up with a solution that they're working on getting funded and progressing to design.
Did they ask you for 5 different points of view or options, or did you
I think
come
we
up with 5?
We set a minimum of 3.
Okay.
When I was going through the analysis, there was 2 additional options that came up that weren't, again, going back to the scoping question, they weren't large enough to change the scope of the project, and we just added them for some additional input for the city.
That's great ideation. Right.
Let me just add to that too.
Sure.
We work for a number of municipalities. What was the number nationally? That
You said
we
over
have there?
100.
920. A number of, from New York to South Florida here, work for a number of coastal communities. So we're always looking at seawall, we work for the federal government, naval shipyards and, so we have a lot of experience with coastal, that's the big thing. And our structural team in Florida is actually renowned nationally. We do, threshold inspections and, we have underwater scuba diver, we have
I see.
PE. Yeah. So, if you need bridges, I don't know if you have any bridges
We
that
do.
need underwater inspections, but we do that. We also do underwater scanning. I mentioned 3D scanning at ground level and we use drones, but we also have underwater. We've done some, some of it's confidential, but for the government, yeah, because there's like issues with, wasn't there a ship in Baltimore that hit the column and did damage to the bridge there? But we scanned underneath and we did a 3D visualization for that actually. Think about it. I forget, was it a dolphin? I think is what they call it. We came up with some solutions on how to protect them in the future to build some concrete, I think they call them dolphins.
That was about 2 years ago.
Okay.
That bridge collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from environmental too, Betsy in our Cape Coral office, she's
We also endangered species a lot of times. We work with developers, but to development, to have the properties assessed for endangered species.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stay away from podiums because this is only the first one that's ever really adhered to me. So I apologize for that. But no, we have an office in Cape Coral that does endangered species from different birds, snakes, gopher tortoises is a big thing. We locate them and we relocate them. So we work hand in hand with many, many different housing developers. So we're on the forefront of that. So we are a multidiscipline engineering firm.
Yeah, this has been a great presentation.
Thank you so much for that. And thank
Yeah.
you for your time.
Any further questions from the selection? No, you have 1 minute actually before it ends. So did you have any further questions for us? You are.
I apologize if we raced through it, but I knew that time is of the essence.
I
And
thought you did a great job and gave us more than we expected. So thank you.
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll be doing our scoring tomorrow, okay? And then we'll have a recommendation by the end of tomorrow and it'll go in front of the commission on Monday. Sure, you can. You can, are you going to put it on? It won't be on Facebook, okay, or whatever. So it'll be an open meeting if you'd like to come to that. And then Monday night, of course, is a commission meeting. So that's at 6 PM and that's an open meeting as well.
We're 12 minutes away.
Okay, we'll see you.
We're 12 minutes away.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
There, thanks again.
Thanks again.
So.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Is there a clicker? Or- Okay, I'll just tell her next slide. That works out fine. I don't know if you want to go to, and I did bring my team of staff and our sub-consultants here today, so they'll be available for questions. All right.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. What we've been doing is taking just a few seconds right here in the beginning as a, courtesy introduction and taking a moment to introduce who everyone is. And I know you're probably already confused. Why is Boynton Beach sitting up here? But we are good partners. And so I am Michelle Heiser. I'm the town manager.
Manny Palacios, zoning and code enforcement.
Keith Weber, Assistant Director of Utilities, City of Boynton Beach.
Bill Armstrong, Public Works, Town of Ocean Ridge.
I'm Kelly Avery, the town clerk for Ocean Ridge.
So everyone that's on this selection committee has dealings regularly with our town engineer or the category that you're here responding to. And our partner here from Boynton Beach is someone who we deal with, more than regularly. So we've asked him to participate and he's been more than willing. So it's been a great day so far. And this is the largest crowd we've had. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Then on either end, I have our town clerk, of course, and then coming up on the other side is our town attorney to make sure we all stay out of jail. So, we're good.
Excellent.
So whenever you'd like to start, but for the public's edification, this is for the response for RFQ 2025-001. And for your category, it's everything. It's civil for water and transportation, geotechnical, hydrological science, surveying and mapping, civil engineering, which is our town engineer services. So thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much for being here today, and you can go ahead, Pat, you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. And I will be introducing my staff as we go through the presentation, so you'll be able to match the faces to the slides. So just very briefly, I wanted to give you a little firm overview about Craig A. Smith. If you'll go to the next slide, please. We were established in 1980. We're a multifaceted civil engineering firm. We provide survey, subsurface utility exploration, construction management, locating services, CAD design, and grants assistance. We are a certified small business entity in Palm Beach County. We have over 50 staff in-house. And we run 5 technical divisions: civil engineering, survey, CAD, utility locates, and construction management. Next slide, please. So our goal is to be, a long-term partner with the town of Ocean Ridge. So our philosophy is delivering to you cost-effective and high-quality services. We want to ensure that we're highly responsive to you, have clear lines of communication, and as you can see from some of our longstanding partners where we have more than 20 years in some of these communities, this has been our goal and we've attained it. Next slide, please. A quick briefing on our project understanding. So as you mentioned, we were shortlisted for a number of categories. For civil water services, that would be Craig A. Smith. We are supported by VN Engineers for any traffic needs. Geotechnical and materials testing, this is our sister company, Radis. And for hydrogeology, Jim Anderson is here from JLA Geosciences. With surveying, we provide that service in-house. I have Bob Keener here with us today. And general services for town engineering services, that would all be within Craig A. Smith. Professional personnel, so here's where you'll get to see some of the names and the faces in front of you. So we are led by Steve Smith, the president of our firm, and he is the one who will have signatory authority over contracts. Orlando Rubio, he will be the main point of contact with the town of Ocean Ridge. He will be leading the production of any projects that we do for Ocean Ridge. Likely, I will be the engineer of record for a number of projects as well. So Orlando is our vice president over engineering. He runs our stormwater, drainage, and roadway engineering. We also have water and wastewater engineering. We understand that that's probably not a big need here, but Greg is available and can speak to water and wastewater needs. For surveying and mapping, that's led by Bob. We have 3 crews. For construction management and inspection, 2 senior field reps largely run that section. And then again, as mentioned, we're supported by our strategic partners with hydrogeologic consultants and JLA Geosciences, for geotechnical services, Radis, and VN Engineers for transportation. Next slide. And again, just a breakdown of our responsibilities and how we divvy up the roles. Craig A. Smith is your single point of accountability on this contract, but we will maintain proactive communication with our subs as needed and as relevant to the project. Next slide, please. And so some faces to the names. Steve Smith, he's here with us today, principal of our firm. Orlando Rubio, he is our stormwater guru, all things stormwater. And then largely I am the jack of all trades and I do a little bit of everything. So Bob Keener, very senior surveyor, many years of experience with our firm. Jim Driscoll for subsurface utility exploration, and Todd Larson would be overseeing the construction in the town. And then a little bit about our longevity with our firm and our commitment to Craig A. Smith. And just so you know, that commitment translates to a commitment to you as a client. But you can see there, Orlando's been with our firm 25 years, Bob, 30 years, and Jim, 31 years. So you can see all of us have a very strong commitment to the success of our firm and this community. Next slide, please. And then an overview of some of our subconsultants. Jim Anderson is here with more than 40 years of hydrogeologic experience, and he's supported by his staff, John Friedrichs and Elizabeth Owasina. Next slide, please. And Jim Chapman with Radis International is here with us, and Nitesh Kohli as well. Nitesh is the geotechnical engineer, and Jim is the business unit leader for Radis. VN Engineers is another Florida certified DBE with 40 years of transportation experience. Today, Tracy Kaplan is here with us, bringing 22 years in civil engineering design. And Barak Knuk is the traffic and transportation engineer. And these folks would be providing any traffic insight for development reviews, et cetera, as needed during this contract. Next slide. And getting into some of the projects. So this is one of Orlando Rubio's projects that's currently going to construction, just completed design. Fairly complex project. Initially, it was envisioned as having 2 large pump stations. But then due to the cost, we were able to revisit the scope and look at reusing a lot of the existing infrastructure. And we've integrated 10 smaller pump stations at a significant reduction in cost to the overall project, bringing this in line with what the municipality had for funding. Next slide, please. Town of Golden Beach, this is one of our longstanding partnerships. Golden Beach, we've done all of their capital improvement projects within the city, a number of their stormwater projects. As mentioned, we've been on contract with them for more than 20 years. Right now, we're working on a facility, their wellness center. It's a beautiful facility that they're designing and a beautiful park. So this is just, one of the long-term clients that we've been working with for some time now. But this project in particular, the Center Island Stormwater Pump Station, we were able to secure grant assistance through state revolving fund, planning documents, et cetera, to secure those funds and brought this project within budget and on time, delivering a successful project to the community. City of Belle Glade, so we do some work for some of the lake communities. And we do a lot of little FDOT, local agency program projects and SCOP projects. So we have a lot of familiarity with the requirements of FDOT and LAP. I'm LAP certified, have a number of, that have taken all the classes, et cetera. So this is something where we can provide that assistance and that knowledge on that process. And then just to give you a little insight into our subsurface utility exploration capacity, Jim Driscoll is here with us today. One of the advantages of CAS is we have very high tech systems. We have 3D tomography, which is not something that is very common among consultants. And this actually plots 3D profiles of utilities underground. So for example, if you're in a very congested area, you know that there's a lot of utilities, a spider web of utilities. This is really great technology to use to give you that advantage and let you know exactly what's underground. And it can tell you depths, everything on a 3D, three-dimensional basis. JLA Geosciences, they worked for the town of Highland Beach, your neighbor, evaluating 3 of their Floridan aquifers. Have a lot of experience in South Florida. Their assessment of these wells, they were able to confirm that they were in good operation. They did have some capacity loss in one well, and they were able to make recommendations for future monitoring and to ensure future water supply for that community. Next slide. Radis International, again, another consultant well familiar with the area. They worked on the Woolbright Road, the emergency that occurred back in April of 24, where 2 eastbound lanes were shut down. They were able to provide emergency services and reopen traffic. They were able to complete both the temporary and the permanent requirements for, grout design, stabilization, et cetera, for that road, for that bridge. Next slide, please. And then VN Engineers, this is a project I'm well familiar with because I started on it when I was with the city of Deerfield Beach. This is another LAP project where we worked with FDOT and LAP compliance. And what's nice about this project is, it's a little local community roadway, but it involved all of the various components of a road. There was a roundabout for traffic calming. We also included some pedestrian improvements, lighting, and looking at some decorative components for that corridor as well. Next slide. So let me talk to you about our workload and our approach. We certainly make sure that we maintain a diversified portfolio and track our workload, our mix of projects right now. We have many that are starting up, many that are coming to a close. So we're continuously moving through projects. Our project managers typically have between 3 and 5 concurrent projects that they track, but we have the capacity to take on the town's projects. We make sure that to meet timelines, we're strategic in phasing tasks, aligning them with grant deadlines, priorities that the town or the commission may have, and making sure that we're always utilizing open communication and rapid response to your needs. And this is just a snapshot, again, of our workload. So you can see some projects in the inception phase, a lot of projects that are closing out. So it just shows that continuous turnover in projects that we maintain to make sure that we're at all times being responsive and completing these. Next slide. And speaking to the project approach as far as how we phase things, the typical life cycle of a project, we would start obviously with the work authorization task order coming from the town and scoping the project, having a clear understanding of what the city desires. And then from there, once we've been authorized to proceed with work, the first task would be our subsurface utility investigations, our survey, picking up all of the information and data. We begin our preliminary design, typically taking things to approximately 30% phase, at which point we want to come back to the city, to the town, to the commission, make sure that we're in alignment with your vision and make sure that this is what the community desires before we take it any further. Then we develop those plans to 60 and 90%. At that stage, that's when we're doing our agency coordination, submitting plans to the various agencies that have jurisdiction. Final engineering, estimating, and bidding support as the town requires. We'll provide all of those services, and we can provide construction management through the life of the project, as well as closing out and commissioning the job at its completion. We also have the ability to provide you with grant assistance. I spend a lot of my time filling out forms for FDP, CDBG, so those are all services that we can provide for you to take some of that hassle off of your staff. Next slide. This is a typical timeline of a larger project, probably not some of the smaller projects that you might have, but typical timeline is usually within the first and second quarter, you're collecting the data, putting the surveys and the base maps together, doing that preliminary design. Third quarter, you're finalizing your design, getting your permitting done, and then completing out the year with permit approvals and bidding assistance. So that's typical timeline of most projects, usually about a year in design, hoping to go to construction in the following year. And then how we are geographically located to the town of Ocean Ridge. Town of Ocean Ridge is symbolized there by the turtle on the screen. And you can see Radis and Kaz. We share an office in Riviera Beach. Just to the north of you, JLA Geosciences in Jupiter. And then to the south, Kaz's second office in Deerfield Beach, equidistant to you as Radis and our Kaz headquarters. And VN Engineers is a neighbor to us in Coconut Creek. And so why Kaz? I just want to stress to you that, we have a 24-hour, maximum response period. We certainly want to make sure that we are responsive to you as quickly as possible. We have highly qualified staff, as you can see from the experience and the years of the folks that have been with Kaz and are here today with me. Relevant experience to the projects that you would have in the town of Ocean Ridge. We've seen it, we've done it. And we'll do it again. And just want to make sure that, you're aware that we have this efficiency built into our firm in that we provide everything from utility investigation to survey through design and construction. So that unified process really brings efficiency, which is cost effective on most projects. We're technologically advanced, as mentioned, but we employ old school principles. We are here to serve, and we are very happy that you chose us today to be here. Thank you so much.
You are quite ahead of schedule. Steph.
Oh,
Nice.
I spoke fast. I was worried about the 15-minute timelines.
You did very well. You did very, exactly.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's
So-
what I brought them here for.
At this point, it opens up for question and answers with the selection committee. And again, these individuals are working day to day, so they may have day-to-day operations kind of questions as well. So we'll go ahead and open up to anyone that's here.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work you've done with multifamily and single-family residents as far as providing the civil expertise?
Yeah, I'll have Orlando Rubio come up to address that. We do a lot of permit reviews through Golden Beach, and I think he can speak to that.
Thank you.
Morning. So in the past, we've done plan reviews for Okeechobee County when there were our clients back in the day. We've done reviews for City of Oakland Park, and we're presently doing reviews for Town of Golden Beach. And before coming to Craig A. Smith, I worked for government. I used to work for the Water Management District and then Broward County before I came on board. So I ran the stormwater section and I reviewed a lot of civil plans for large or small scale development or very small commercial properties for the agencies.
Because what I'm looking for is just some sort of explanation, or not necessary explanation, but just the work as far as doing plan review civil for single families, because as you know, our town just has multifamily and civil. We're going to require some expertise. Have you done has your firm done anything locally?
Yeah, so for Golden Beach, we do a lot of those civil reviews for redevelopments or new developments for single family lots, because that's all they have there. And
okay.
And what we do is, because their code requires retention of the 10-year, 1 in 10-year flood. So and they get very creative with how they do it. Because some of them are architects submitting plans, not the engineers. So sometimes they use a combination of drainage wells, exfiltration trench, retention areas. So we do that. So we've done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The transportation firm. So can we get to the microphones? Thank you, Tracy.
Hi, I'm Tracy Kaplan. I'm with Van Engineers. At our firm, we do a lot of site civil work and design. We have done churches, funeral homes. We've looked at some multifamily and single residence, but we tend to do more of the commercial side. However, we have done for multifamily, the entrance signage and plan reviews. So we have experience in every area of site civil design, and we understand the standards and the policies that are needed for the single family and the multifamily home.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a lot, but I'll piggyback off what Manny started with. You know, he's kind of asking too, who is going to be the acting city engineer? He was speaking specifically for the civil engineering town engineer services. Ocean Ridge doesn't have an engineer in-house, so they're looking for someone to do plan review, whether it be planning, zoning review, single family plan review, commercial plan review, that type of permit review through their permitting system. Is that a single point of contact, but then delegation to your engineers? How is that going to be handled is what they're.
Yeah, that's all through Craig A. Smith, and we have a team of civil engineers. Al Caruso does a lot of the plans review for Golden Beach under the direction of Orlando. So we would have a single point of contact for plan reviewing.
Would there be one point of contact for who would be the acting town engineer?
Well, Orlando would be listed as the town engineer. He's the project manager, is listed on the, in the RFP.
Okay. As far as civil water, wastewater, I know you mentioned there probably won't be much. That's not true.
Okay, great. Because we do that
We
best.
supply water to Ocean Ridge, but the water mains and service lines are owned and maintained by Ocean Ridge.
Okay.
There are meters too. We bill the customers, but with that said, they're currently doing a lot of water main design. A lot, there's still a fair amount of AC water mains. Steel water, cast water mains. There's a lot of changes with that.
Yeah.
So there will be water main. There's plenty of that to go around. They're actively designing a couple projects. As far as wastewater, yes, town of Ocean Ridge is on septic, but at some point they're going to need to look into planning phases of how to convert. So
Yeah, let me have Greg yeah, if you'd like to.
So yeah, we'd like to hear how you would, what the plan would be to prepare a planning document that to do an evaluation of the system and what options they have and get permits to stay compliant with DEP and EPA.
So for another municipality down south, they too are basically they're all on septic. And we put a master plan together, a sanitary sewer master plan together to go from septic to sewer. And we put in a design of a couple of lift stations, laid out the system, cost estimates, and phased out the project and submitted that. And then we've helped them, that municipality obtain grants for septic to sewer conversion, which is not easy. And it's hard to convince the residents to buy into that because it's a lot of money. And I'm want to let Greg talk about some more.
Morning, nice to meet you.
He's involved in it too.
Morning.
We do a lot of septic to sewer projects. Currently, we've probably 3 or 4 underway right now. We've taken numerous communities out in the middle of the state, specifically around Lake Okeechobee, Hardy County. A lot of these areas are on septic, and we've had numerous experience over the last 30, 40 years converting those to gravity sewer. We do a large number of wastewater septic conversions where we put in pump stations, a lot of force main design, master planning, and we also do water and wastewater design as well.
Okay, thank you. Last question before I let it move on and then come back to me if I have time. Big thing with me has always been communication and transparency. So 2 questions. One, Priscilla, thank you for mentioning that you guys have the 24-hour rule as far as answering. I love that. I have the same thing for myself. what is the availability of getting staff here if, you know, the town manager calls you and says, I need to, you know, speak to someone tomorrow in person, you know, we're all needy clients. But what is that availability to get someone here immediately to start talking about something that may be an emergency? And then with transparency as far as billing and task orders, how transparent are you with your time? Are they, do you mostly do lump sum task orders, or do you break it down by hours and then show that those hours breaking down when you bill for invoices so that town manager and everyone can see the breakdown?
I'll take that one. Steve Smith. I've been with the firm since before it started. So our philosophy, and my father started the firm. So, and it's always been about being responsive. Okay. So when we say 24 hours, you can call us and you're probably going to get a call back really, I mean, probably within an hour or two. Okay. So as far as our transparency, we have a cost accounting system. Everybody, so we'll have a project number set up for the town of Ocean Ridge, okay? And so that, you know, when somebody's working on something, everything's documented, a detailed timesheet as to what they've been asked to do, what they're working on, and then when an invoice is sent out, all that backup documentation is provided. So from that standpoint. But I'm sorry, what was the other one?
That was really it, just as far as
Okay.
transparency. and
We're,
then-
yeah, we're super transparent. We're super responsive. And if not, make a call to me and we'll make sure it gets taken care of. But that's just how we operate. It's how we've always operated, and you can check with any of our references and I think they will confirm that.
Okay, and yeah, I mean, that will lead into, I mean, further down the road, rate negotiation for different positions, but just using the correct appropriate staff for each task rather than billing and charging for, you know, an engineer 4 when you can use an engineer 2 for a task. And that-
Yeah, everybody gets billed at their rate. So it's whatever that particular individual is. We're not billing a high rate for somebody that's getting paid next to nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
And just from a sub-consultant perspective, we don't put a markup on our sub-consultants' tasks. So whatever they're charging, it's a direct cost to you for those services. We don't mark that up for any oversight.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Really, I'll pass it on from there.
Ask that one question.
I know you guys had mentioned that with the, like the day-to-day town engineer, would be the one gentleman over there. Sorry, I can't remember his name. Yes, Orlando. And so would that also be, would it be him and his team being the person, the direct people who we would contact for the plan review for the planning and zoning portion, as well as the regular day-to-day building inspection, or not inspections, but plan review and inspections?
Yeah, so that's going to end up being more fluid. So initially getting the project started, getting the task orders going, Orlando's going to be your main point of contact, but Al Caruso is likely going to be the day-to-day guy who's going to be overseeing certain functions of the tasks, right? So for plans review, he would be the gentleman that would likely be the direct contact for plans review. But say, for example, there's something utility related, then Greg, you know, is going to eventually be your day-to-day contact on those utility, you know, concerns and questions. You know, like I said, I'm the jack of all trades, but I do sign for a significant number of the projects that go out the door. So I have, you know, responsible charge of a lot of the projects that will be going out of the office. So, you know, ultimately, you know, talking to me as well, Steve, if there's any, you know, concerns contractually. But, you know, we're all here available to you. But as I mentioned, we all have certain disciplines in certain areas, and you'll become more familiar with our team and those people in specific once we get going on the project, and you'll see who your day-to-day is going to be on each of those tasks.
And then I have one more question. I don't know if it's the same direction. There's been times where I need a survey as soon as possible. And I know surveys are hard to get sometimes, and I know the backlog, but what is the typical?
Yeah, Bob, you want to speak to this? Bob is our professional surveyor and mapper. We have a team of 3 survey crews. So we do have capacity to do projects, and he can speak to his turnaround.
Bob Keener, hello. Depends on what kind of survey you're looking for. If you need a mean high water survey, maybe something like that, it's gonna take a little bit of time. But if you're just
boundary survey.
Boundary, just a plain old boundary survey, we probably looking 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
We're pretty quick. We get a quick turnaround. Okay.
Thank you.
It's good. Okay.
One other thing I just wanted to mention, so two very important gentlemen in this is Mr. Rubio and Greg Giordano, and they're both residents, here locally, not in Ocean Ridge. They can't afford to live here, but, they're,
We understand.
they're in Boynton Beach.
Disappoint me.
And I'll just speak to their survey too. Cass has always done fantastic survey, extremely responsive with survey. That's something I could specifically speak to, and they've always been great and turned things around very quickly.
Thank you. We do have five crews working right now. All the technology, that we have, that we produce a lot. He's impressive, I will tell you, I'm impressed with him and his group, right?
We're still doing well on time, so I wanted to open up some other thoughts. So as I said, my crew here operates day to day, and we have become accustomed to having one point of contact. And so it's okay if it's not going to be one point of contact constantly, but we really want to know what that looks like. So that's why, Kelly was asking that question. And, from her point of view and from Manny's point of view, we have people that typically have to go out into the field, do an inspection on a swale or do an inspection for a permit and then come back. And then that relationship piece doesn't end, because we try and offer, it is our goal, at least our new goal, to offer some type of concierge service to the potential new resident as they're building their home. And so being able to come to an architectural review board meeting to support any information and provide that to the board is important. Being able to, come to a commission meeting, should that be necessary. It's rare, but should that be necessary, would be important as well. But being able to respond quickly and not hold up the process too long would be important, which is why we were looking at your workload for the day-to-days as well. I want to put out there that it's obviously we're a coastal town, and so resiliency is a big issue for us. King tides have been just putting us underwater. Yeah. And so I have thoughts of seawalls and tide walls often. And so with that, I just thought it's not a question, but what thoughts do you have around seawalls, tide walls, resiliency issues for us?
So going back to Golden Beach,
And that's in Miami, right?
No, yes, North Miami.
North Miami, yeah.
And
Got it.
and they adopted a seawall ordinance. So residents are required to bring it up to, is it 5? And NAVD. Anyway, they're required to bring it up, but unlike Ocean Ridge, they're a low-lying town too, so their elevations are so low that when the tide comes up, water's coming up to the ground and getting into the utilities, and they have pumping stations, and half the time they're pumping salt water just to keep the ocean water away from the roads and cars, very expensive cars down there.
We don't have that here. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so
Obviously a joke to my public.
but other municipalities, what's been going on with DEP as well is that they've been implementing or putting a grant for DEP to do a vulnerability assessment on flood impact. And I'm doing about 3 or 4 of those for inland communities. I haven't done one yet for our coastal communities, but the coastal communities that take into account the high tides on top of a severe storm events for today and tomorrow's rainfall conditions. So that's available for you, so you can master plan what assets you have that are being impacted from tides and severe rainfall events, on top of each other for the future.
Sure. Yeah, it's so interesting because, what we're exploring with this bid is is twofold, really. You know, it's nice, it's a spectrum actually, from day to day. Hey, can you go out and check the swale for this permit? All the way through, by the way, we want to still be here 100 years from now above water. And so I appreciate you bringing your entire team and being able to answer the questions, and your presentation did a good job of really preempting a lot of the questions. So good job. So so I know that you would be, you know, and per the RFQ, it was responded that Orlando, you would be the main contact.
Yes.
But it sounds also like Al and Greg would be additional contacts, and then you may have junior people that would come in to do a field survey or follow up on permitting and attend a meeting with Kelly and Manny. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so as far as, back to your question and your question on project reviews, all the reviews will come through me. So if there's a review memo, how we work it out with the other municipalities. They do the reviews, I check it, and then I sign it and send it to the municipality. So everything goes through me as far as reviews. Yes.
Okay. And much like Golden Beach, I'm sure we're very similar in that when we have a new potential resident coming in and building, or a substantial improvement happening, the relationships are one-on-one with those individuals, and they often will attend the meetings with the people that they hire. And so it's important for them to know that we're here for them as well. So as often as we can have consistency, we would appreciate it.
Yes.
What other questions does the selection committee have at this time?
I would like to hear a little bit more from Tracy, just regarding what municipalities around here do projects for. Hear a little bit more about your firm and what you guys do with transportation and drainage.
Sure. So, Van Engineers, we've been around for over 40 years. We were established in 1983. We're a woman-owned firm, and we have about 100 employees. Our work in transportation is multifaceted. We do everything from roadway design to maintenance and protection of traffic, signing and pavement marking, lighting, signalization. We do traffic studies, site civil design. In Florida specifically, in this area, I worked on in the past A1A from Southern Boulevard to Royal Palm Way. That was a high public involvement, a lot, you know, trying to get, there's traffic calming in the downtown area and a lot of opinions that you have to take into account. And then there's also, you know, times of the year when you can work, and obviously times of the year when you cannot work. I've worked on Federal Highway in Delray Beach, right off Atlantic, just like south and north of it. That was just redone. We did the green pavement markings. We widened the bike lanes. We work in Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Deerfield Beach. We worked in ports. We've worked with the DOT. We've kind of done everything. And then I just kind of want to go back really quick in the invoicing. As a sub too, we follow the same, we use Deltek, and all of our employees, if they're an engineer 1, 2, 3, 4, project manager, when you input your time, it says their rate and it says what level they are. So when we submit invoices to the prime and they submit it, you get from us to exactly who's worked on it, whether it's, and if it's a lump sum project and you want hourly rates, that's fine. Or if it's cost plus, that's fine too. So just to kind of veer back.
Final question, and this isn't for you.
Oh.
No offense, but thank you. Last question, we didn't go too far into grants and grant management. Obviously, the town would like to utilize any grants that they can get. Do you guys apply for and get grants in-house? Do you have a sub-consultant that you use for grants?
You want to speak to that?
Love to hear more about anything regarding grants.
Yeah, we probably 90% of our projects somehow involve grants, state appropriations, whatever. And it's something actually that we did in-house for many years. And you know, eventually we decided, hey, we're not going to do that anymore, but we work and we consult with a group that ironically is named CAS. Governmental Services. I don't know how that happened, but and so we've had a long-standing relationship. When I say long-standing relationship, over 30 years. And you know, we as a company have done it so long, and everybody here within the company has been so accustomed to working on grant funded projects. We know how it works. We know all the documentation that has to happen, the reporting that has to happen, whether it's monthly, quarterly, whatever. Okay. And so we work hand in hand, not only in projects that maybe you had got funded, via grants, that you need us to help you, through the design and construction, but also in going after those. Okay, so we work, with, CES Governmental to do that. So, yeah, I think, and I think we're one of the first firms that ever even entertained that, doing that with our clients. And it's, we've had tremendous success, and I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars we've helped, the communities that we work for over the years. And, it's been fantastic because everybody needs something, even if it's a wealthy community. We've done Golden Beach. I mean, we did, how many tens of millions with them on the stormwater with FEMA. We did FEMA grants, Oakland Park. I mean, yeah, and it's just one of the things that we've done, we're very experienced with. So, and all these guys here, they know exactly, how to handle it. So, okay. Mhm.
And we have 2 more minutes. So any other thoughts on roadway, considering we have the projects coming up that will be going out to bid, or nothing else? You're comfortable? No. All right. So with 2 minutes left, we always have been opening up. What questions do you have for us?
It's not necessarily a question. The question would be, when do we start? But, no, it's more of, look, we are always looking for opportunities to create, like we said when we started, a relationship with community where we're here to help you. I mean, yeah, we're in this to make money. We're in a business, right? But we're here to help you all. So whatever we can do to do that and, make it a good relationship and good situation for us both, we're happy to do that. And we, certainly look, towards your favorable decision here, and we'd love to come work for you guys and service you.
I love that, hearing that. Yes, we understand. We're a town that understands that people need to make money, and we appreciate that. And we also appreciate a partner that understands that our funds are limited because we are a small town. And so because of that, we try and do everything right as often as possible the first time. Touch a paper once, right? And same thing applies with working relationships. And so we have found just by continuing to connect and touch and talk, it kind of limits that. So thank you very much for bringing everybody out today, and we really appreciate the energy and the time that you put into this presentation and answering the RFQ. So thank you. Tomorrow afternoon, the committee will reconvene to discuss the scoring. And so we'll come up with our scoring by the end of business tomorrow, and then make a recommendation for our commission's official meeting, which is Monday. So it'll be quick, understanding. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Let's give it a minute for everybody to be able to leave.
Thank you all.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
Okay, we're still on, right, Trina? Okay, great. So committee, we come back together again tomorrow at 1 o'clock, right? So 1 o'clock. Let's just ask the town attorney, how do we do today? How are we doing for tomorrow? Any comments from you?
I thought today was great. I thought you guys did a great job asking questions and hearing their presentation. So that went great.
Good. Good. I think that, at some point there may be a member of the public that actually watches this long meeting, but if they care to, this is basically the information that was received. And so when you wonder why we had limited questions, it's because these organizations did a great job of providing the packet information and backup information ahead of time, answering the RFQ that our town attorney wrote and advertised appropriately through our clerk. So thank you all. Any comments from anybody here today before we'll reconvene tomorrow at 1 then.
What do we do with our
So
sheets?
you can keep your scoring sheets until tomorrow, because that's when we're going to discuss them. We'll have opportunity. I know that you guys were taking notes today and then potentially even scoring today. Tomorrow, we'll share the scores that you have, okay? And then we'll add them up. But it'll also be a time where we can have discussion where we may be able to influence each other if one knows more than the other they feel, or they just feel, if you feel like there's really something that stood out for you. Okay, but then tomorrow will be the day that we gather all those scores and then come up with the final calculations. So hold on to your paperwork for tonight, bring it back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we'll.
You bring additional scoring sheets tomorrow, because I scored, but the day of, you can always rescore and reevaluate, so I would like to use those as my reference point, but rescore during evaluations.
We'll have a boatload of them, like, 50-ish that Trina will have there and ready to hand out. If we don't have enough, I'll make sure that there are at least 10 at every seat. Okay, and then I'll have my own, and I'll ask somebody else to make sure I'm adding right while I'm adding along the way. You guys did a great job today. I'm not just saying that. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a lot, and I know you had to review a lot, so thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at 1.